All right. Brilliant. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to BLISS Day 2. How are we feeling this morning? Woo! I know a few of you were out last night, so that was actually more enthusiastic than I was expecting, you know. Maybe like me, a few of you are a bit short on sleep. Anyway, I think it's been a great event so far. I've really enjoyed it, and I've had a lot of good feedback in that regard. So, yeah, I think we should just crack on with it. We've got an absolutely action-packed day today. Obviously, yesterday we had 3 talks, and today we've got a mega lineup with 6 talks, plus the panel discussion, and of course ABLA will be going live, and we'll all sit here and have the countdown and a discussion and so forth as that happens. I've got to give another shout out to our sponsors. We got BCH Bull, General Protocols, Ryan Giffen's Commercial Kitchen Stop and Restaurant Ravish Off Ocean, the Bitcoin Cash Podcast, Mike Komaransky, Molecular, Toorik, Mini-Satoshi, and we also wanted to say a special thanks to CashNize, Zapit, Paytaka, Electron Cash, and TapSwap for being some of the supporting infrastructure that has made all of this possible for us. Yesterday we had the attendance stats that we did at the front with everybody putting down what country they had come in from. So we've got 45 attendees from 22 different countries, traveling in from 23 countries, and there's not total overlap there, and 5 continents, only missing Antarctica and South America. So there you go. It's truly a global movement that we have. I also was told that Jessica NFT holders will be, at some point in the future, issued some Now tokens, which will allow them to download the Freedom Boy Jessica's song that we were playing earlier, and apparently a rest of an album is coming with it too, so you can all look forward to that. For paying the hotel bill in BCH, if you're doing that, you've got to use the bitcoin.com wallet. Just a reminder about that as part of the EliPay protocol. And if you have a builder ticket, check in on the Telegram channel, because there's something relevant to the social event later this evening for you there. Okay, let's get straight to it. So our first speaker is not actually Matthew's brother, although we've had several questions about that. He is the author of the incredibly popular Ethereum library, Revoke.cash, and also one half of the CashScript team. Representing the Netherlands, we have Rosco with What's New in CashScript.
Yeah. Cool. Hey guys. Welcome. So thank you for the great introduction. My name is Rosco. I am not Matthew's brother. And so yeah, I've been active in with development in the crypto space since about 2018, 2019. I've created CashScript back in 2019, worked for bitcoin.com, later General Protocols, as well as some other projects in the Ethereum and Bitcoin Cash spaces. Nowadays, I mostly work in Ethereum on Revoke.cash, security application. But I still also maintain CashScript together with Mathieu. And so just let's give a quick recap. So CashScript was created in 2019 as part of my master's thesis at bitcoin.com. And initially, the reason why we developed CashScript is that writing smart contracts for Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash has to be done in a language called BitcoinScript, which is like an assembly-like language, which is kind of hard to write. So we wanted to develop something that would enable more people to write it. So we have CashScript, which compared to BitcoinScript has fewer, is less error prone because it's easier to write, makes it faster to develop, and also easier to integrate within other applications like web apps or desktop applications. And so initially, like I said, I developed it at bitcoin.com. But then in 2020, I joined the General Protocols team, and while I was working there, continued working on CashScript as well. And initially in 2019, the initial release was just the most basic form we had. And after a few months, we introduced an abstraction for covenants, so for introspection, which back at the time was a lot less accessible than it is today with native introspection. So there was a lot of extra things that had to be done to enable that. And then while I was working at General Protocols in 2020 and 2021, the nice thing was that I was actually able to use CashScript myself and figure out that there were some things that were maybe not as nice. So a lot of time was spent on sort of improving the way the libraries work, the way the compiler works, just to make everything smoother for developers. And so that brings us to what we're going to talk about today, which is the recent developments in CashScript. And with recent, that's a very broad term because we're looking at the past couple of years, but it's been a while since we had a proper BCH conference, so we got a lot to catch up on. So in 2022, the BCH network had an upgrade enabling native introspection, which was a big improvement over the sort of workaround that we had before that. In 2023, which is last year, of course, we saw the cash tokens upgrade that Mathieu talked about extensively yesterday, and that also had some implications for sort of the way people develop smart contracts. Then in 2024, that's this year, we have some really cool upcoming features that I'll share more about in the presentation as well. So just as a recap, for the old way of introspection, you needed a lot of boilerplate code, and the CashScript SDK or the CashScript compiler that abstracted away a lot of that, but it still ended up in your compiled contract. So this is an excerpt of the earlier versions of AnyHedge, and all of that code that you see there is just a prerequisite of using the introspection. So this is no actual functionality in here yet. It's just so that we can use whatever we need in the smart contract. So as you can see, that's just a lot of wasted space. And on top of that, it also caused the already strict contract limits to be even stricter. So overall, there was just so much less that you could fit in a single contract. So in 2022, BCH enabled native introspection. And I just put this comparison in here that the exact same AnyHedge contract essentially went from 193 to 109 opcodes, which is almost halving the size. Or essentially, we can add another AnyHedge contract worth of functionality in the same contract, and enable all kinds of cool new things. So that's really nice. And we also got rid of the extra strict limits. I know that there's still pretty strict contract limits that we're working on raising or retargeting, as I was made aware of yesterday. And on top of that, this native introspection also just is more powerful than whatever we had before. So there's new things that we can access that were very hard or even impossible to do before. And so, anything that is enabled by the native introspection was added to CashScript in the v0.7 upgrade. Then after that, last year in 2023, the BCH network got cash tokens, and Mathieu did a lot of work to get all of this cash token functionality implemented in the CashScript compiler and in the CashScript library. And so Cash tokens has enabled us with native fungible tokens, so anyone can issue fungible tokens or NFTs. But from a smart contract perspective, there's a lot of new functionality as well from those cash tokens. That's not just token-based functionality. And so using NFTs and the NFT commitment field, we can now have a sort of local state in smart contracts. So smart contracts can keep sort of state with them inside an NFT. And that is a pretty big deal, because one of the big limitations, I think, in BCH smart contracts as compared to more stateful systems like Ethereum has always been that the applications that you can make without any kind of state are always a lot more limited. And there were workarounds for that in the old system, but now there's sort of a native way to still get a lot of the benefits that you can get from having state without the sort of drawbacks that you have in a global state system. And it enables contract messaging, so you can have these NFTs or tokens that also represent messages or state between contracts. So not just the state cannot just be used inside the own contract, but if you have systems of smart contracts where there's multiple contracts that are sort of interacting together, as we've seen in a few of the recent applications, that's also possible now. And so, as Mathieu already mentioned yesterday, there's a lot of new applications built on top of these cash tokens, and those applications kind of brought us to the next step for CashScript. So we saw a lot of people working on these new applications enabled by cash tokens, and we kind of figured out that in order to do what they wanted to do, CashScript had to be better at certain things. So that brought us to the V09 release, which is the advanced transaction builder. And so what we saw in these new applications built on top of cash tokens is what I already mentioned, that there's now sort of these systems that have multiple smart contracts, and they're interacting in some way, keeping state in these NFTs, reading the state from these other contracts to do something that they want to do, right? So, but the way that the CashScript SDK worked is that you can only use one contract at a time. That's because that's the way these BCH smart contracts used to work. Like, you just have one contract, you do something with it, and that would cover like almost every use case of BCH contract. But now you have these sort of complex systems of multiple smart contracts. You kind of want the CashScript SDK to also allow or like enable that functionality. So we built a new, more advanced transaction builder in which you can combine an unlimited amount of smart contracts and smart contracts transactions so that these systems can work together. Over the years, there were also some other smaller updates, like a bunch of bug fixes, a bunch of small improvements, but also the multiplication that was part of the introspection release, new address types, the pay-to script hash 32, adding the ability to also include pay-to pub key hash, so like regular wallets, UTXOs inside your smart contract transactions, which if you did the workshop we had yesterday, you'll see that that's a super useful feature as well to, for example, what we did yesterday, where one user buys an NFT through a smart contract, things like that. So that brings us to this year. What are we working on right now? One of the big things is the debugging support. So even though CashScript has been a big improvement in terms of being less error prone, easier to develop than just BitcoinScript, it's still pretty hard to figure out what's wrong when your contract fails. where the bug is. So late last year, mainnet BAT had a flip starter to help us integrate better debugging tooling into CashScript. And since then, we've been working on getting that functionality polished and getting it integrated into the CashScript ecosystem. And one of the big things will be the custom error messages. So that means that whenever an error happens inside your smart contract, you can now see which error it was, what message you defined with that error. You can also add console logs. So you can just anywhere in your smart contract, you can add log statements for the variables and it will log the value of those variables at that time in the execution. And finally, there's also the BitAuth IDE integration. And BitAuth IDE is created by Jason Drazener, and it's a really nice step-by-step debugging tool. So if your transaction fails or if you want to run it through the BitAuth IDE, we will generate a link. And if you just click that from your editor, it will take you to the BitAuth IDE with everything loaded in there. So you can step through it, see what the values are during each step of the execution, and just basically use all the nice features that Jason developed for that IDE. And you'll have a side-by-side view of how the compiled code, so that the Bitcoin script is executing, and which lines and which statements in the CashScript source code that corresponds to. So you'll know exactly where things are failing and how it's failing. And then finally, to bring that all together, we're also adding a local test environment so that where you can run your integration test, like your automated testing systems for your smart contracts against a local network that uses this new debugging functionality to locally step through the transactions, and you will get the same error messages that you would expect to be thrown in a real environment. So you can use that to make sure that your contract behaves exactly as it is. As it's supposed to. So that's upcoming. We're really, really close to getting this released. There's already a pre-release out, so if you would want to use this today, you already can, but there might still be some edge cases that are not exactly covered. So, but yeah, definitely we'll do the full release soon. And then there's also another functionality that we're that is still planned for after that, and that is libraries. So another thing that we saw in the new applications being developed after Cash Tokens was launched is that these systems of smart contracts, so you have like maybe 4 or 5 contracts that share a lot of code. So they do a lot of the same things, for example, to access the state from other smart contracts. And the way they have to do that now is just copy pasting over the code and changing like one value to something else, which is kind of prone to errors. Like if you copy paste it wrong or you forget to update one of the contracts, that's not great. So what we realized is that it would be really nice if there's a way to share code between smart contracts. And the way we want to do that is through libraries that can be imported into your smart contracts and can be published to NPM or published to like some package management solutions, so that people can also share their libraries for things like state management, hopefully leading to like a bigger ecosystem, because not everyone has to reinvent the wheel all the time. And so initially, we weren't planning to do the whole debugging stuff until mainnet BAT figured out how to do that properly. And so this was our big planned feature, but now the debugging stuff is, I think it's the debugging stuff is much more useful as a first step, and then this is coming later. So we don't have a set time for this, but I think it will also still help kickstart the whole development ecosystem where people can use each other's code. So if you want to get started on CashScript today, or if you followed our workshop yesterday, you can use the CashScript Playground, which is an online editor where you can just play around writing your smart contract on the left side and seeing your compiled contract on the right side. So you just compile it here, and you can interact with it live on ChipNet or mainnet, even if you want. I'm not sure if I recommend that. You have integrated wallets that you can use as well. So you get everything you need right in the CashScript Playground. And then if you're ready to move on to the next step, we have great getting started guides on the documentation for making the step from here into your own editor. So that's what's new in CashScript in the past couple of years. I think we can take some questions if people have them.
Yeah, does anybody have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Rosco, so much for all that you've done. It's done so much for us at General Protocols. But my question is about compilers are a famous thing that can become kind of endlessly complex and large. And do you have any kind of vision or things that you not the day-to-day stuff that you're working on, but where you see it's going, like where you see compilers for BitcoinCashScript going?
Well, so I think one direction that we've seen the ecosystem move in is sort of improving the base scripting layer a lot. So as with introspection, there was already some introspection that was abstracted away by the compiler that now has been integrated into just BCH script proper. So I think that kind of simplifies the compiler as well. So I think we'll probably see a bit more of that with other scripting improvements. But in terms of the compiler, I think we're getting sort of to a place where we're sort of stable. So we also had these features planned for a V1 release to sort of signify that we are at this place where we can sort of develop from. So I think after we have the libraries in there, I think we should have everything that a compiler needs.
I think we had another one here, someone.
Hey, Rosco. So one of the things that came up after the workshop yesterday when we were in town was this sort of, if you've done something with Ethereum smart contracts before, there's the step of deploying, which seemed to be missing yesterday. I know Ethereum has something like counterfactual deployment or something, but is that a difference? Or with minting transactions, do CashScript smart contracts actually get deployed?
Yeah, that is a difference. So I think with things like CashScript, maybe the BCH contracts will be a bit more accessible to EVM developers, but it's still, the mental model is very, very different. So there's still a pretty big learning curve. And so one of the things that you have in EVM chains is, like you said, deployment. So whenever you create a smart contract, you have to deploy it on-chain, and it lives on-chain, essentially, at its own address. Whereas with BCH smart contracts, it doesn't really exist until it's used, until you spend from it. So you can lock up money inside the smart contract, but at some address on the blockchain as well. But the actual code, it only gets deployed when you spend from that contract, essentially. So the deployment step is missing when you're developing it.
Do we have maybe one more? I have a question, which is, you said you've done a lot of work, obviously, in the ETH ecosystem, and BCH is kind of at quite a different stage. So what is the biggest difference between the two, and what can we do to bridge that gap and catch up as fast as possible?
So I think the big difference is sort of the way accounts work. So in Ethereum, you have an account-based model, which is basically every address just has a balance and can send from that balance. Whereas, and smart contracts have like a state that they keep on chain, whereas in Bitcoin Cash and in other UTXO based chains, addresses and accounts are more of an abstraction on top of UTXOs. And what that means, I think, is for a lot of people, the UTXO model is a lot less intuitive to work with because it's a lot different from how we're used to thinking about accounts or wallets, money, and also because of like the way it's abstracted in things like BCH as well. That if you have your wallet, it looks like it's just one account, just as it is in Ethereum, but then under the hood, it's actually very, very different. So I think having a way to, I don't know, make it easier to sort of reason about, like I think that's the biggest, at least the biggest barrier, is that it's for a lot of developers, it's a lot harder to reason about, and I'm not entirely sure how we can remove that barrier. But I think that is one of the big sort of issues. I think if it becomes easier to work with UTXOs and sort of reason about it, build systems on top of it, then that will be a pretty big thing.
All right, put your hands together for Rosco.
Thank you. Good. Good.
All right, well, sounds like we need better documentation and tooling. That's my two favorite things as a developer. Never mind features, never mind bugs. Documentation and tooling. Okay, our next speaker had a very specific introduction that I can't put in my own words. So this is his exact instruction to me. Quote, "General protocols kidnapped me as slave labor and trapped me in a dungeon to write algorithms for them. So this is my one-time appearance." End quote. Representing the moon, we have Jack with Chain Reactions.
Hi guys. So a few days ago, I was told that whoever was originally on this slot is not going to be available. And so I need to put something together in a presentable shape real quick. So this is something that I've been thinking for a while, and hopefully somebody finds this useful. So, chain reaction. So as Rosco described very well just now, BCH is no longer a BTC clone that has very limited ability to do smart things and complex things by design. We now have powerful systems like cash tokens and other powerful script like introspection and a lift the limit and all kinds of tools. So what do we do with it? So there are several paths to think about this. So some people are off trying to duplicate and adapt and improve things that are already really big, some of them billions of dollars in TVL on Ethereum, and try to do it on BCH, because if you adapt it well enough, it could scale really well. That is awesome. You could also do all the things that Bitcoiners have dreamed about for years, and do transaction and do some pretty neat transactional ideas that people have been talking about on Bitcoin Talk forever. These are worthy goals, but do we have something novel? And so let's take a look at each one of these ideas. So most of the things that exist on EVM or EVM-like chains typically work like this. As Rosco said, you deploy some contracts onto the chain. They exist in one place. You interact with them, and they form a tight cluster, and users interact with them. The nice thing about this setup is that all the liquidity is in one place. So, or I mean, if you want to split them, that is fine. But you can, and it's encouraged to put them in one place. And this is very powerful because you got all the liquidity in one place. And you got one state for all of this guys, hopefully. If you screw up your state, then you got a reentrancy problem, and then all your money is gone. And this model is widely used in DEXs and a lot of other DeFi applications. The downside is that they are difficult to scale, and if you fail one, you fail all. Compare this to another model, which is that you got a lot of contracts. There is no concept of deployment, and each user strictly interact with another user or another couple users, and everything is self-contained. So the example for this would be your normal send and receive and any hedge, and so on and so forth. So there is a sort of reconciliation between these guys because eventually Alice sent to Bob wants to send to Charlie. And, in a sense, they are linked, but you never formally unite all these states. And so the nice thing about this is that it is massively scalable. Everything can be parallelized. And if you screw up in one place, you screw up in one place. You don't screw up for everyone else. The not so nice thing is that your liquidity is broken up into many, many pieces, so it is less useful in many sense. And the reason it has these characteristics is that there is no shared state anywhere. The only kind of shared state is that one BCH equals one BCH. That's it. That's your shared state. And so, before we go on, I think it is important to know how composability works. In this context, funds can flow with low latency through different contracts and users. Like, for example, if you have two completely separate chains, then it's not really composable except through very, very indirect means. You have extremely high latency. And if you have two separate contracts, you could eventually, through very convoluted ways, you could broaden the definition and say that, they're kind of composable, but it's also a very high latency. And the composable things also tend to share some liquidity among them with low latency. And so I was wondering, does this have to be one or the other? Does everything have to be grouped within one set of contracts? Or do they have to be separated, completely isolated between different little silos of users? Maybe there are new ways to do this. Maybe there are ways that we have explored, but haven't explored that much. What if liquidity exists on a continuum and users interact with some peers but not the other and form a web or a chain, and they can pass on some liquidity and state, but not entirely unify all of them. So that is what I have been wondering for a while, and in this intermediate state that shares some pros and cons with each of the models that we have existing in massive quantities today. So one way to do this that I think many people are working towards, especially on UTXO chains, because this fits so naturally, is to unite liquidity and state through alternative means instead of having explicit states. Like, for example, if you have several contracts doing their own thing, maybe they can be united indirectly through abstraction to individual users. Like, we have cash tokens, so why not give each of them some withdrawal tokens? And when you withdraw, you have to withdraw them together. So this is one way. This is one way that we can say, just chain together the contracts and do something else in high latency, so that their liquidity and state is united in a sort of indirect way. You don't have to do everything in low latency. And I have no doubt that some teams are probably working on this. The teams that are trying to do some traditional things like DEXs, perhaps in multiple threads. But then I realized, okay, so it is probably it is probably doable to, I want to unite the states and liquidity anyway, but I want to just adjust when I do it. What if I don't? What if I don't want to just simply unite them and just want to pass on some of them in a limited quantity to each of them? And then we get a topology like this. You have a user. It shares some state with the next user, but not all of them. It shares some liquidity with the next user, but not all of them. And then, that user can do the same thing to other users, strictly what they know. And in this model, then will I be able to do DEXs with this model? Maybe not, but I might be able to do something completely different. And so again, before we go on, I think it is useful to also talk about a bit of a bit about how trust works on this smart contract, especially DeFi protocols. So most protocols that we look at, like AMM DEXs or AnyHedge and so on, are fully collateralized. Some of them, if they depend on prices, they are even over collateralized. So if something is fully collateralized and it's enforced by smart contract, then it is basically safe, and there is no trust required. Or in the case of, or maybe there are some external things like oracles, but it is very minimal. The downside is that it is very expensive to do that. You gotta lock up everything that you could ever need. So some people on, say, ETH have gone a little bit further and say, well, what if we just don't? And then you take some risk. And so if you do that, you become under-collateralized. In theory, this could be a much more efficient use of capital, but since your contract is just out there and you interact with anyone can attack from anywhere. So it can be overwhelmed, and it has happened to protocols that are overly aggressive. The upside is that it is cheap. You don't need to lock up a lot of capital. And, if nothing really bad happens, it will do the exact same thing that you want but much cheaper. And what if we want to do something weird? What if we don't open the thing to just everyone in the world and just interact with people and then you pass on? Then you have localized trust, which is what humans are used to. You trust, you put some risks, you put some numbers on risk, and maybe you want to collateralize a little on the people that and you interact with repeatedly, so they will value that trust and they will do the same assessment to you. Maybe you could do some pretty weird things. So, for example, one thing that I've thought of about is investment schemes, because we are in crypto, of course. So the classic problem of investment is that, I invest some money into this big pool of things. I don't know, it's ICO, or it's even Flipstarter, or something like that. But anyway, everyone invests in this big pool to somebody, and then that guy runs away with the money. Or, and that guy runs away with the money, and nothing is follow up with it. Or it could fail, it could succeed. And I have, as one person, I don't have very good ways to know how that would go. And I only have limited numbers of people that I trust. And, they are not going to do all the things that I want, and I can't know more people. So the interaction becomes complex. And then people say, oh, what if you just do periodic flip starters? You deliver, you get some. Okay, that's better. That's a better model, but then there's a lot of burden of fundraising. And you will have to reestablish trust. And then, as someone who wants to see a lot of things happening, eventually that becomes unmanageable. What if I just establish automated and low latency connections with some people I trust, and they can withdraw that slowly, and then they can move on because they have more expertise in certain social circles to other people who are doing other things, and so on and so forth. It just takes a few hops to make this go very powerfully. So that is one thing that I've been thinking about. And another thing that I've been thinking about is the question of on-ramping and generally trading with fiat or just non-crypto things. Right now, the problem with trading crypto against fiat is that, there is, of course, KYC exchanges, which is very not ideal, as many of you would already know. And there were stuff like local bitcoins where you can just find listings online and trade semi-anonymously, whether quickly through bank transfer or very slowly through face-to-face. The problem with that is that it requires a lot of trust. And you will say, oh yeah, escorts and stuff. No, it still requires a lot of trust. The reason it requires a lot of trust is because the liquidity is pooled. Like you will eventually get some very big traders because it is easy to do so. And then, the FBI or somebody sends a buyer to that guy and then do one bank transfer and that guy is busted. And he can't really avoid that because in order to be easy access, he needs to deal with a lot of people. There's no way around that. He can't just deal with like 10 people. What if we can? What if we can establish some sort of I don't know if any one of you heard about the concept of Hawala network, but what if each person can have some credit relationship with just a handful of people that he knows, and then those people can have that with the next batch of people, and you can formalize this relationship online, such that every time you trade, say BCH, in return, you don't need to pass through several steps of very dangerous bank transfers directly from the buyer and the seller, but instead you just transfer some credit so that any damage that can happen is very limited. Just, Alice trusts Bob, Bob trusts Charlie. Alice doesn't need to trust Charlie. If anything happens between Alice and Bob, it doesn't necessarily affect Charlie. And you can see that this can become much more powerful, and there can be much more liquidity, and there can be more safety if you elongate the chain. And so I don't know if that sounds very coherent, but that's basically what a collection of what I've been thinking about for the past few months. And just generally, I think we should encourage people to think, because we are in a new era on BCH. A lot of things you might not have to choose. You don't have to go, I have a loose collection of things and they are robust, but they don't have liquidity and they're not powerful, or I go the other way. You could choose both, and you could do really weird things. So I would encourage people to keep doing weird things. Thank you.
Do we have any questions on this one?
Thank you, sir. Who let you out of the dungeon?
You opened the door. What the hell?
So I have a serious question. All the these possibilities, weird possibilities. I know you've thought a lot about these, and they're all very interesting, and I think they're very powerful. What's needed to get there? Like, what are the kind of steps that need to be accomplished to get to some of this?
I know we talked about this before. We need a wallet that can understand transactions and build transactions, and also we need a lot more depth. And people who think about this, and who can understand who understands how it takes. Like how do things work at a small scale, and how do things get from a small scale to a large scale?
All right, do we have another question? I have a question, which is when you had that diagram of the trust network, right? So I'm imagining, like in Selene Wallet, we could have a system where users add other users as contacts, right? Maybe either by addresses or by some abstraction. Are you imagining that you could create a sort of local Bitcoins with users manually setting trust on different people, or would that somehow be automated, that I can kind of send a transaction over my available balance by lending from the trust?
Very, very close. Very, very close. Except that you first need to know somebody in this network, or you can start your own network, but it will be unrelated. But if you in this network, like if Jeremy knows Charlie, then he could add that, and then welcome to the gang, right? And it's important to know that you don't have to know Alice or Bob. You only need to know Charlie. And Charlie, you need to have some sort of trust relationship. I can owe you $100. You can owe me $100 with Charlie. And then you add to the power of the network.
So this topology is actually very similar to like the idea of a Lightning network or a payment channel type of structure, but with some differences. Are you going to explain that?
It is different in one important way. The Lightning Network, we discussed yesterday at lunch, actually. The Lightning Network was trying to do way too many things at once. It was also designed to be a way to encourage people to lock up Bitcoins. It was also designed with the goal of trying to get people to run nodes. Nodes fail. Liquidity is expensive, and nobody wants to provide them. While in this case, it is actually pretty flexible. Like, for example, if you want to join what Charlie has, you don't need to do anything else other than talk to Charlie and agree about it. And all the states, despite saying that the states are local, but we do have one shared state, which is a UTXO set, and then all of the states is online, so any automated interactions will be extremely quick and atomized. Without, as in the case of Lightning Network, it will have to jump through the physical wires from one node to the other, and then back and back and back. And that's why it fails so much, right? But that one is by design, and this one, it is flexible.
Yeah, wow, okay. I hadn't realized that. You have a global view of the state from the UTXO set, so you already know your transaction is feasible before you've made it, and you don't need to lock any capital.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think I'm going to have to be sitting on those slides for a while and thinking about it. maybe somebody else knows that feeling. All right, so we're going to have a bit of a break now. We're on time. One quick note is the presentation we were originally going to have was by Corbin from Bitcoin.com, but he wasn't able to make it because of the situation with the arrest of Roger Ver. So our thoughts and best wishes go out to everyone involved in that situation. Otherwise, we're just having a break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock, and there'll be some snacks and food outside like we had yesterday. See you soon. All right, well, let's move on with it. We've got so many talks to get through today. I kind of don't want to spend too much time in between trying to tell any stories or anything. So let's just get straight onto it. Our next speaker is very, very influential in the Bitcoin Cash community, EmergentReasons, otherwise known as The General. He's co-founder of General Protocols and was heavily involved in BCHN and also the creation of Flipstarter, which, as we were hearing about earlier today, has made a huge impact on the scene. Really can't be understated. He's a perpetual voice of reason and stability. He's been around, been in a lot of wars. I think that's part of why he got the name, and he always comes out a winner in the end. So representing Japan, we have John Nyeri with his talk, Protect Your Stack.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you. All right, thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate that. So, yeah, I have a very technical talk for you guys today. But I think there's a little bit in here for anybody who's attending, so I hope you will enjoy it and get a good message out of this. I'm going to do something probably most people don't like, but I'm going to be giving you some advice that you didn't ask for. But I hope that you guys will listen to it and maybe agree with me, so let's see how it goes. The thing I want you to take away from this, there's a bunch of points here, but they all fit together. So BCH contracts, I'm going to be talking about, protect your stack. This is about programming smart contracts. So the main people to think about here is people who are making smart contracts or apps that use smart contracts. And as you could see yesterday and talking at the session yesterday and then today, there's like an explosion of apps starting to happen. It's just beginning. There's going to be even more going forward. You saw everything that happened in Mathieu's presentation. There's this enormous amount of growth. So I'm hoping that this will give a good framing for how to approach those apps. So BCH contracts are very powerful, and we're barely scratching the surface of what you can do with them. And we're going to see more and more powerful ideas, and as Jack showed us, crazy ideas and interesting new things that people haven't seen before. There's a very common software development methodology that is used all over the place. It's move fast and break things. And this works very well in a lot of cases, in a lot of places, a lot of applications. Smart contracts is not the place to do this. So I'm going to show you why it's not the place to do that and how to do better. So there's 3 steps that I'm going to teach you from what we have learned, and I'm going to ask you to do even better than this. So the first step is describe contract execution, safety, and I'll show you what safety means, and an input guarantees. I'll explain all that later. Once you've done all that, you confirm in a formal way, as formally as you can, whether by hand or with some tools, that your input guarantees ensure safety. I'll show you what that means. And at the end, you have to actually document your safety and your guarantees into a library or some way, a specification that lets the whole world use your contract in a safe way. So why should you listen to this? We have the AnyHedge contract, which maybe you guys saw yesterday, and this has dealt with, this is an old number. Since I made these slides, it's already up to almost 400,000 BCH of contracts, and not one of these has failed or fallen apart. Similar to this conference, which has so far not fallen apart also. Jonathan was responsible for a lot of this. So thank you, Jonathan. Yes, so we've done a lot of work, and I think we have a little bit of proof of work to show that there's something behind what I'm going to ask you to do. And I'm also sharing here all these things. You can come back to these slides. They'll be shared somewhere, or you can take a picture, whatever. And all of these resources will show you exactly what I'm talking about, because what I'm talking about today goes into quite a bit of depth, and there's no way that we can get into the full depth of it, but I'll show you the kind of the surface level of it, and you can get into more later. There's the app, which of course I hope you will use. There's the contract, which shows you what a CashScript contract looks like. Thank you, Rosco, Mathieu, everyone for working on that. There's the library, which is the part that I said before. You don't want people working with raw contracts. You give them a way to interact with the contract. That's the library. You can see that, how it works. There's the analysis, which is most of what I'm going to cover in this presentation. That's this repository which shows you how to do the analysis that I'm showing. And this Z3 solver where you can read about the tool that I'm using to do it. And a special shout out down here to Tobias Ruck, who introduced me to Z3 and all of this kind of thought process several years ago. So thank you to him for introducing us. So I want you to do better than this also. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to tell you the right way to do things. I'm trying to tell you a good way to do things. And I'm absolutely sure that other people will do better than me, better than we have done. So please listen to this, think about it carefully, and then go to bitcoincashresearch.org, go on development forums, wherever it is, talk about it, try to find your own way, and let's keep getting better at all of this. So getting on to the first point, move fast and break things works excellent, works very well in many places, like I said, but when we're talking about money, in custodial systems with money also, you can still move fast and break things in a lot of cases because those systems can be erased. You make a mistake, you send the wrong money to the wrong person, whatever it is you do, a lot of those mistakes can just be wiped out and say, that didn't happen. But Bitcoin, of course, is an immutable ledger. Once you make a mistake, once you've locked up somebody's money, you don't get to undo that. And trust is something that is lost very easily. It's very hard to build trust. It's exponentially easier to lose trust. So take this stuff seriously when you're dealing with people's money. To make this more specific, these are real examples. I don't have the transactions here, but these are real examples. You can have a contract that does some kind of calculation. Two people are doing a deal, and the end result of it is, okay, we're going to pay Bob 15 Satoshis, right? 0.000 whatever 15 BCH. That's not possible. That's not going to work. This contract has decided something that it needs to pay out, and this isn't possible because the network is not going to relay this. 15 isn't enough. There's a minimum limit for outputs. So your contract has now frozen somebody's money, and their money is stuck in there. In this case, you can actually pay a miner to say, like, hey, we screwed up. Could you help us out? And the miner could actually solve this one. But the second one, a miner can't help you here. Your contract does something silly, calculates a minus 15 sats output, and your user's funds are frozen forever. They're never coming out of there unless Greg or Luke Jr. or someone gets a hold of your consensus. So be very careful. Don't move fast and break things in this case with smart contracts. What I'm going to show you is the goal in 3 easy steps. We want to describe your contract, what it does, how it works in a formal way. And I'll show you. After you've described it, this is the description here, the input guarantees, contract execution, and safety. And once you've described it, then you need to use some kind of formal analysis to say, yeah, what you said is true, that the way that you've set things up is safe, is actually true. So you use a formal analysis tool to confirm that works. And the third part is, as we discussed, you put it into a library, you put it into a specification so that everyone can use it in a safe way. Here's where we get into the tech part, so enjoy. The describe your contract execution. This is the first step. It's the middle step here, but this is the first thing you need to do. You need to describe what your contract does in a formal way. So really, it's not that complicated. There's a bunch of lines here, but all this is I've taken the CashScript contract and I've converted it into a formal description of what the contract does. So the contract does A plus B. You describe that with a formal system that says, okay, X equals A plus B. That's it. It's not really very complicated. You just have to describe what your contract does using the formal language. That's it. So you describe your contract. Yes. So after you've described the contract, this is where you're starting to get harder in the steps, what you need to do. You describe, what does safety mean? for your contract. Just a minute ago I showed you do the wrong thing and you pay out 15, failed. You pay out minus 15, jail. So here's an example here that I've shown. Dust must be, so short sats out. This is like saying the payout to the user. In the any hedge contract, there's a short side and a long side. The payout to the short side must be between dust and some maximum amount. Like if you're going to say, maximum amount is 1,000 BCH in a contract or 10,000 BCH. It has to be between those two numbers. That's it. You just got to describe what does safety mean for that. If this number goes down to 15, then my system should say, that's not safe. You've done something wrong. That shouldn't be possible. If you allow this input, then you're not going to be able to ensure safety. You're not going to be able to achieve that goal of guaranteeing that this contract always works. And there's other rules here. The long side has the same rule. The price that you get, you do some processing on the price, and then it has to be between a minimum price and a maximum price. So whatever price you get, it can't ever go outside of that range. If it does, if something you've done in your contract allows that to happen, you've failed. There's a lot of ways to fail here. So this is safety. You have to describe at every level. Now, one thing that you can't see here, but you'll see if you go into the to the validator library that I've shared with you, every step means you can't just look at the beginning and the end of the contract. You have to literally go through every step of the contract execution and make sure you think, okay, when it adds these two numbers, what is the restrictions on this one and this one? And what's the restrictions on the output? You have to think very carefully about every single step. And it's not very complicated, but you have to think about it. And you have to actually work it all out and come up with what safety means at every step. Because if your input, and you have some formula, and then the output, if the input and the output look safe, okay, fine. But in the intermediate part, maybe you overflow an integer or something in the middle part. So the end result was safe, but in the middle there was one little thing that didn't go according to the virtual machine limits. Your whole contract is broken, right? It's not safe anymore. So you have to look at every step. So we've described what the contract does. We've described everything from the beginning to the end, every step. What does it mean for every step to be safe? The last part, and this part is very open-ended. You can do a kind of formal analysis to come up with it, or you can do it by hand. You can just kind of intuit what it means, but you have to describe, what am I going to guarantee when people use my library or this contract? What do I need to guarantee in order for all this to work? So an example here is the start price. So start price is that you have to have something, you say start price is there. It has to be between the minimum price, high liquidation price has to be there, and the maximum is the max price. So this is just a simple relationship that you have to make sure is true. And if anybody uses your system and they try to make a contract, hey, so the start price is going to be -5, and the minimum price is 0 or 1, it says, no, stop. Don't make this contract. That's not a valid way to use this contract. So the contract by itself can't be safe. You have to make sure to have this layer of input guarantees that makes the usage of your contract safe. So once you've done all these three parts, you said, what does your contract do? What does it mean to be safe? And what guarantees am I going to provide? You provide these three parts, and you throw them into a box, the Z3 system or whatever it is that you want to use. I'm sure there's other ways to do it. And now it's going to say, okay, this is a simple logic. I'm going to say what the input guarantees are. This is what I guarantee you is going to be true. How the contract works. We say this is true and this is true. This is combination. Therefore, the contract is safe, according to your definition of safe. So you have done a good job on these two. So this is a simple logic assertion. A and B, therefore C. And you tell the formal solver, hey, this is true. And the formal solver says, really? Is it? And then the formal solver is going to do its magic, and it's going to check, and it's going to find exceptions. And you're going to say, oh, shit, I didn't think of that. So it's going to find exceptions, and you're going to have to come back here and say, oh yeah, okay, well this number also has to be greater than that. And then it'll say, oh, good job, yeah, it's safer now, but you forgot about this. And it'll find something else that you didn't think about. It'll find edge cases for you that you would not have thought about. I promise you it will find you edges that you didn't think about. So it'll find these edges for you, and you keep upgrading your inputs, or maybe you realize, oh, this is a dangerous way to do it. I might need to change the design of the contract or something like that. So you'll go through some iterations with it. And at the end of it, you will have the solver, the formal analysis will tell you, yeah, I couldn't find any way to break it. I couldn't find any single case of all the things that I checked, all the boundaries that I looked at, where it's possible for this contract to not be safe. And that's where you want to get. You want to get to that point. So now you're somewhat confident that that things are going to work well with your contract if you achieve all these things. That's where you want to get. Once you've done that, like I said, it's not very complicated. You take all those input guarantees that you came up with, and you put them into some kind of library or specification, and that's going to package it up, and then tell your users, if you work with this contract, with this smart contract by yourself, you're on your own. That's on you if you do that. But if you work with it through my specification or my library, then it's going to be safe. And here's why it's going to be safe. And you can show them, right? They can go verify it for themselves that this contract is going to be safe, and they're going to be safe, and their users are going to be safe. Yes, so not that complicated here. That's it. So once you've done all these things, please go back and keep in mind, right? The things that you're building are things that potentially will be used by thousands, millions, eventually billions of people. So please keep that in mind, right? We have to be ambitious and assume that we're going to be successful. So assume that you're going to be successful and do all this very carefully. Work on it very hard and try to make sure that your users will be safe. Move fast and break things everywhere, but on your smart contracts. Don't lose people's money in smart contracts, please. The steps that you need to do is describe your contract execution, what your contract does, describe what safety means, describe what guarantees you're going to provide. Confirm that the input guarantees that you gave to them actually imply safety. Once you've done that, wrap everything up, and you're golden. That's it.
Do we have any questions? Yes.
The middle step where you define the execution.
Yes.
Is there anything CashScript could do to make that step easier for people who need to do this analysis and validation?
This part, right? Yeah, maybe. It's really, this is the easy part, honestly, because these formal systems are really just, you just kind of take exactly what you wrote. Like if you look in that repository that I shared for validators, this is the easy part. It just literally says, this is CashScript line 3, where it does this, and then you just put the same thing in the solver. So yeah, maybe if there was some kind of integration, it could probably automatically spit out that kind of language for you, and then say, okay, yeah, you're right. So it could spit that out, and then give you a box which says, so where are your guarantees? What guarantees are you going to put on this? And maybe even the compiler could do a lot of the safety step as well, because it could look at every step. It knows every step, like in opcode terms. These are the things that need to happen. These are the ranges for these values. It could probably spit out both of these for you. Yeah, there we go. Let's offload all of this to Rosco and Mathieu. We need another flip starter for this. Yeah, good question. That would help. It would be nice.
You got another question?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was really helpful to see what safety looks like in terms of any hedge. So my question is about with cash tokens. I think we will need to think about safety a lot. But how, for example, if I have a contract which needs to be set up with a minting NFT and it mints some token, a receipt, but I want to make sure only one receipt can be minted. Like, do you think the formal systems can reason about these things in the transaction structure, like that only one NFT can be minted, for example? Or is there a different testing structure needed, for example, with Mocknet and using a transaction builder? So which kinds of things do you validate through the Z3 solver, and which kind of things do you use like just tests on Mocknet for?
Yeah, you're going to have to do better than me. So yes, you could actually absolutely reason about those with this type of system, right? It's just the scope of it is going to grow from what we're doing now, from what I did here with AnyHedge, which is relatively simple and doesn't involve any cash tokens. You have to expand the scope of it and say, just like you said, okay, for these transactions, you have to guarantee that this is on the 0th input and this is on the 3rd output or something like that. And if you're composing 2 contracts and it would tell you both of these have to be on the 0th input, that's impossible. That kind of thing, it will be able to catch that kind of thing. If you describe it in formal terms, it will be able to, yes.
Do we have one more? Yep.
Did you learn about the need for the safety system the hard way? Is there a backstory?
Not really. There's an unlimited number of 5-cent contracts that have just strewn across the BCH blockchain as we were learning how to make all this. But we knew from the beginning that this was very important. And I have done all this by hand before I learned how to do it with a formal solver. So I have pages and pages of where I've described every step of a contract, every boundary at every step of the contract, and then you backpropagate those from the end back to the beginning and how they all interact. You have pages and pages of it. So we did a lot of this from the beginning, but this makes it infinitely easier to do. Yes.
Thank you for all that work, especially the by hand part. Some of us were made to read it. Anyway, I just want to add one thing. Like having AnyHedge as a starting point was actually kind of a lower bar because AnyHedge contracts are independent. Like each one is independent. So you can guarantee the inputs on the library level, and if someone don't want to follow the library and the spec, then they screw up their own money, right? It gets even worse if you try to pull all your liquidity onto one UTXO, and then you interact with it results in another one UTXO. Then if somebody they screw up the entire pot. Mm-hmm. So you will need to find some way to enforce it in script, and that gets even worse. So good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't expect this to be any kind of gold standard. This is really just a starting point of, I hope we can take all this seriously and keep developing these formal analysis methods. Because a lot of the formal analysis you'll see from other ecosystems, when I looked into it, a lot of what they called formal analysis was not formal analysis. It was pretty shallow in EVM. I'm sure there's people who do extremely deep level work, like better than this. But a lot of what I saw was not at all formal analysis. So yeah, I'm hoping that we get off to a good start and start on a very good foot.
I have a question, which is, this system that you're describing is obviously very mathematical and programmatic, but is there potentially some use case for this for people who aren't developers? So let's say I want to run a conference, right? And I can use sort of a similar system of steps to reason through and guarantee as best as I'm able that every step can't fail, that I have backups in all the right places that I need, and maybe somebody else is the prover software that has to check my work, or maybe a pool of people. Is there a way we could even do it on Bitcoin Cash research? Somebody can post something and other people can critique. Here's where you're missing something.
Yeah, with the specific things that I'm using here, maybe not. But just as a general rule of us applying these kind of rigorous ideas and just being rigorous in general with each other, right? Like a bit of a scientific method on having high expectations. I think that's going to go a very long way. And BCH ecosystem has already started there with, we've got a lot of high expectations. So yeah, I don't think it would apply directly, but the general approach of doing things carefully and doing things well, I think will translate to a lot of different places.
All right, we got one more question.
So one thing that really struck out to me was you said it's not enough for the contract itself to be safe. We also have to have the input guarantees. Now, at the same time, you were saying that intuition is one of the best ways to make those input, to guess those input guarantees, but you also said analysis. So in terms of the analysis, what kind of steps can we take to make sure that we're realizing the full scope of those guarantees?
So I'm not sure if I got exactly the question, but what I hear is how can you make sure that the steps that you're doing here are really covering everything that needs to be covered? Yeah, that comes from doing this step well. Like, for example, with any hedge contract, with the one that you can see in the repository, I don't cover every step of the contract. So, for example, there's things about public key. If you let somebody provide you a public key in a contract as an input, and two people participate, and somebody puts a public key, and they put in some nonsense like ABC, and you don't check that, straight to jail. So there's other things that you have to check also. You have to be able to, you have to kind of understand what level you're going to. If you really are going for complete full validation, you have to look at every single step of it. But I think the answer to your question is you have to understand how much of your contract are you really going to describe. Because once you've done that, this kind of writes itself, because then you've got all these things that are happening and you have to think about every single step. You know, here's a public key that comes in. Okay, what do you mean by public key? What does that have to look like? It has to be how many bytes? Are there any restrictions on it? I'm not sure if I answered. Did that cover a little bit? I think you have to do this very carefully, and then these kind of lead from doing that well.
All right, this is actually the very last question I've had. Sorry, we just don't have all the time in the world.
Thank you. I've got a question, and I'm an end user that I tend to use the HODL contract within the Electron Cash wallet. Mm-hmm. So I've got a question as to how do we ensure long-term supportability from, shall we say, the wallet side as well, because we know that the contract will do its thing till the end, but how do we ensure that supportability from the wallet side and also probably supportability from the plugins as well? If we're, for example, if I was to say set a 10-year contract, that's quite a long period of time. So I'm just wondering, how do we ensure that that's supported through that whole time?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. The kind of cheap answer to that is look for an organization or team that is making a profit or somehow sustainable, because there's going to be a much higher chance of them moving on into the future and keep doing their thing. So that's a kind of a cheap answer to it. But a detailed answer is you would have to ask someone who knows a little bit of the technical details. In these input guarantees, for example, if you require an Oracle or something like that, and you're doing a 10-year contract, you better be very sure that those people are going to be operating that Oracle in 10 years' time. But if it doesn't require that, if there's no kind of external requirements, and it's just the blockchain and the VM, you're going to be all right. Yeah.
All right. Put your hands together for EmergentReasons. All right. Well, that's amazing to see. We have so many questions. We don't even have time for them, but John will be around, and I'm sure anyone can catch him with anything that we didn't get to. Okay, our next talk comes from Shadow Wizard, developer of Cauldron, a vendor of enchanted socks. I think there might still be some of those around, right? If you're looking for some, I picked up some yesterday. I'm very proud of that. And representing Iceland, we have Dagur with his talk, Bringing DeFi to Bitcoin Cash.
How does this work? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm Dagur, and I'm a Bitcoin Cash developer. And as you said, I recently go by Shadow Wizard, number one, as the wizard behind Cauldron Dex. I started my involvement in Bitcoin Cash in 2015. Back then it was just called Bitcoin. And eventually I quit my day job to work full-time. I worked on Bitcoin XT at the time, which was the big blocker node trying to increase scale Bitcoin. But in more recent years, I've done Flipstarter, Bitcoin Cash Node, Bitcoin Unlimited. And this year, the last year, I've been focusing on DeFi on Bitcoin Cash. Or more specifically, Cauldron. So with great token support comes great power. And thanks to the many updates we've had through the years by people in this room, and unfortunately some people that aren't here I would like to meet, we were able to make Cauldron Dex. So thank you. The brewing started in Italy. I was hanging out with the Bitcoin Unlimited guys, and I was talking with Andrew Stone, who is the lead developer of Bitcoin Unlimited. And he was teaching me about the Uniswap contract. And to me, it had been like a black box mystery, some kind of magic. And I realized how conceptually simple it was when he explained it. It's really not black magic. And he's a professor, and he actually hands out assignments to his students about how to make a Uniswap contract. And I asked for this assignment, and I did the assignment. That's how I got comfortable with the whole process of it, I would say. But that was for Ethereum. And Ethereum is different. And the contract was kind of large. It didn't feel like a good fit directly to BitcoinScript. So we had to boil it down to something else. And when you boil it down to its core, it's basically this math formula. I mean, this is the heart of a Uniswap contract. This sets the price between two assets. And as I was thinking, how can I make it more simple? How can I make it fit into a Bitcoin script? It came to me that you can actually fit two assets in a single UTXO. A single UTXO can hold both Bitcoin Cash and a cash token. And when you have everything in a single UTXO, it makes this contract much more simple than if you have to combine many UTXOs. And because it was so simple, you can also add many contracts into one transaction, which means you can interact with many liquidity pools at the same time. And that means you don't have to pool all the user funds together. Like on Ethereum, you deploy one contract, and then you pool all the user funds into this one contract. But you don't have to do that when you can just trade with hundreds of contracts at the same time. So yeah, where was I? Yeah, and because you don't have to pool things together, you don't need a receipt for your share of a liquidity pool. So you don't need LP token. So we removed that as well. And in the end, you have a simple contract that is 100 bytes in length and can do the same thing. It's perfect fit for BitcoinScript. I was originally going to do this for Bitcoin Unlimited, for Nexa, But my heart is with Bitcoin Cash. So, so here we are. So let me take you on a small journey on how Cauldron came to be. So first we have to rewind the clock about 1 year back. And I had recently added cash token support to Bitcoin Unlimited. I didn't add the upgrade, but I did it to Bitcoin Unlimited. And I went to my friend Halvor. He's there. And I told him, and he was like, very cool. Yeah. And I told him I wanted to assemble a team because we want to make the world's fastest DEX. And I asked him, are you in? And thankfully, his answer was, can you guess it? Yeah, okay. Yes. Oh. And time was of the essence. Cash token was just around the corner. And we wanted to be the first and be the best. And so we did. We assembled a team. It was me, him, and 2 other people, Ken and Håvard. They have created a centralized exchange in Norway, one of the biggest one. It's time to let them do freedom tools instead. And so we went on a journey. And we traveled to farmlands of Norway called Trøgstad. And we hacked throughout the weekend. We took a few side quests. We visited Avi the farmer. Avi the farmer loves freedom and self-sustainability. And he agreed to sell us some eggs for Bitcoin. And by the end of the weekend, we were able to turn this prototype I had on my computer into this alpha version. And it worked great, but we needed a token, because what is an exchange without a token? And cash tokens was very new. I think it was basically just Doge Cash. So we made SOC. And you can redeem SOC for a real-world asset. It has intrinsic value. Or if you don't want to share your shipping address with us, you can also enchant it into a magical NFT. But why? Why make a decentralized exchange on Bitcoin Cash? Besides that, it's possible. Well, there are some benefits, because Bitcoin Cash has a different architecture from Ethereum. And this architecture provides you with, it's fast. It's the original simple Satoshi design, which is fast. It scales well. And it provides a better user experience. And I will tell you why. So consider these 2 alternative blocks. It's one block, but it's 2 alternative methods to arrange transactions within. And most of today's DeFi runs on Ethereum. And on Ethereum, transaction order matters. Because on Ethereum you have what's called state variables, which is a type of global state. And who gets to middle or modify these global states depends on who's first in a block. So this is basically the same transactions, but in the first alternative of the block, you have a big buy order. And then the second alternative, you have a big sell. And it's really up to the miner who profits or benefits the most. And the miners actually exploit this. It's called miner extracted value, where they try to profit themselves from middling with the state. this is Bitcoin Cash. And on Bitcoin Cash, you have what's called a direct acyclic graph, which basically means that every transaction you do is linked to a previous transaction. So the order within a block doesn't matter at all, because the state is dependent, is directly linked to a previous transaction. And you might think, like, these points are a given, like, why wouldn't you support this? Well, with Bitcoin Cash, you can actually, when you do a trade, you know the exact price you're getting from the trade, including slippage. You're not competing with anyone else in the mempool. And you know a transaction will succeed or it will not happen at all. You don't have like a condition where you submit a trade, and the price moves too much, so it fails, but you're still paying network fee. That can happen on Ethereum and similar chains. And finally, there is no waiting on block confirmation. You know instantly when you submit a transaction that this is the outcome. This is the exact outcome. You can continue, you can do other trades, you can withdraw the funds, and whatever. And so, even though Bitcoin Cash is late to the game, we can definitely compete. Finally, to my builders, I would like to talk about perhaps a way to architecture our DeFi contracts. In the late 70s, early 80s, there was something called a philosophy emerged called Unix philosophy. And it's basically write programs that do one thing and do it well, write programs that work together, and write programs to handle text streams, because that's a universal interface. And with that, you get something like this. You know, it's the same tools as back in the 80s, but we still use them today. In the first example, I'm using 3 different tools to find white papers about electronic cash. In the second example, I'm converting a collection of pictures into icons. And I think we can have tools like this on Bitcoin Cash. And we have some already. We have AuthGuard contract, which protects the BCMR metadata, the token metadata, and also the token reserve. It's made by Mathieu Geukens and Bitcoin Cash autists. Cauldron can work this way. Via an Oracle contract, they can work this way. Can be combined with multiple other contracts. And also I noticed in the previous slides, or previous presentation, that you were talking about using multiple contracts with CashScript. It would work in this, work into that. And like here is a hypothetical example of how you might combine what we have already into a transaction. Say you have a transaction, a token called beer, or ticker beer. But when it's a bull market, you're allowed to change the ticker to bull. So you would use the AuthGuard contract to do the renaming. You could throw in a Cauldron contract for just yield boosting it from the token reserve, because it's time to celebrate. You have the Oracle contract, just to tell you that it's actually a bull market. And for good measure, I threw in wrapped BCH. You can unwrap some BCH to pay for the network fee. Finally, there's a magical contract which ties it all together. That doesn't exist, but it's a hypothetical example. So yeah, I'm just showing what could be done if you had like this tool set. So maybe we can adopt this 40-year-old philosophy. Write contracts that do one thing and do it well. Write contracts that work together. Write contracts to handle NFT inputs, because NFT inputs is a universal language in CashScript, or Cash, Bitcoin Cash. I'm mixing those two. I'm going to give you some numbers of how it's going with Cauldron. We have 2,000 active liquidity pools. In total of 7,000 have been deployed. We have 100,000 transactions or trades, yeah. On average, every trade has 3 Cauldron contracts into it, so it's 300,000 contract interactions. We have a total value locked of 150 BCH, that's not much, but the volume is 16 times higher than the total value locked, which is interesting. That means we have quite a yield, which would be equivalent of 80 BCH, but it's in both token and BCH. And we have 250 unique LP providers. So if I were to guess how many users, I haven't done blockchain analysis, I would think there are at least 10 users for every LP provider, so maybe 2,500 users. Yeah, here's me and Halvor celebrating the launch of Cauldron. Don't be afraid to, unlike EmergentReasons, I'm going to say, don't be afraid to launch early. We didn't even have a decentralized exchange when we launched. We just had one token that could be swapped back and forth. And celebrate your achievements. This year we are going to complete our work on making DeFi loans on Bitcoin Cash. And what is nice about DeFi loans is that it goes hand in hand with having a stable asset. You can create a stable asset by having the BCH in a loan contract as collateral to the stable asset. And we can do this on BCH. Because you can do everything on BCH. Yeah, it's powerful. So yeah. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to our Flipstarter contributors. I met a few of you this conference. You made it possible to get this far this year. Yeah, thank you.
Do we have some questions? I've got a question. Oh, we got one up the back here.
Can you explain how a 0% interest loan would work using Cauldron DEX?
Do we have 20 minutes?
Maybe we'll get a beer later.
Yeah, let's do that. You can also talk to... There are more people here in the crowd that have looked at it and understand how it works. So,
My question is, you've successfully launched Cauldron and you've got actually quite a big Flipstarter and you've done a really good job of getting a team together and delivering a product and everything like that. Do you have any recommendations for new developers coming into the BCH scene as to how they can replicate that in starting their own project?
Oh, that's a difficult question. Well, do things fast and break stuff. Yeah. Just show your products if you have something going on. See who is interested. Try to do fun stuff because people will follow you. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the point, it's funny. Yeah, move fast and break things. But also, could you go back to the slide about the BCH philosophy that you put up there? Yeah, this is a great one. This philosophy has served the software engineering ecosystem for decades, and it's been a very good, persistent philosophy that's worked very well, and I think this will apply very well. And this means even if you do move a little bit fast, it's going to be much easier to be confident about the contracts that you make if you do them to do one thing and do it well. So yeah, this is absolutely a great philosophy.
Yeah, you can build on stuff made by others that is well tested, battle tested.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
So sorry, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to reemphasize that this is a fantastic slide that he made here.
Right, so you shit on your point and you just say, yeah, this is great. No, spot on. All right, next one.
What happens to the LP yield? Where does it go?
It collects into the contract itself.
Okay.
So it just gets more money into your liquidity pool.
Okay. And so is there any sort of profit model or anything like that? Or is it...
For Cauldron DEX?
Yeah, or for other stakeholders?
Well, to begin with is building a massive user base, because we know that's possible on Bitcoin Cash. Then we have a platform with a lot of users that have a lot of money. Yeah. And we go from there.
Something that came up in the discussion earlier at this conference was a kind of business model for Cauldron, because obviously there is no specific token, like no governance token or no... but the idea, there is the option, if this scales big and there is, it becomes more sustainable, of course, if there is a recurring profit. So there could be a kind of front-end fee added to the contract, I think, right? So front-end providers could, for the service, of course, of running the website and running this interface, designing it, keeping it up to date or improving it. There is the option in the contract to do something like this, or could this be like monetized by others who use the Cauldron contracts?
There is no limitation in the contract to do this, so you can, of course, add some fees to yourself.
Yeah, so this opens up like a business model if people want to pursue this.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. And congratulations with this milestone. You were just talking about building the user base. Now, what I noticed is that on where you see all the different DEXs, that is the webpage dexscreener.com, and I cannot find Cauldron and also not Bitcoin Cash. To grow the user base, and that's not only for you but for all of them, can we maybe put Cauldron and Bitcoin Cash on this website, because all the DeFi enthusiasts are looking daily at that page. So something to consider.
We have taken the time to make DeFi Llama adapters, but there are many projects out there that have specific requirements, API requirements. Like I would also like to see all the cash tokens on CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko. These also require some APIs to be developed. But yeah, absolutely, we should use the platforms that exist, and we know like the Geukens are. Yeah.
Could you go back to the slide that had everything getting poured into the one transaction? Yeah, that one. All right, so I guess less of a question, more of a statement and observation. When Cash Tokens was first released, a lot of the community was playing with this idea of not promoting BCH as a smart contract chain, but a smart transaction chain. And I really think that this image shows that really well, because those are multiple contracts, all in one transaction, all doing different things, interacting with each other, really going back to a lot of the previous presentations throughout this whole conference. The composability of BCH and with the UTXO model is just absolutely brilliant. And I wanted to just give you kudos for figuring out the swap contract, because that's really cool. And just showing the composability here, I think was really valuable. So smart transactions, I think, is the way we should be pushing this forward as far as how we talk about it, separating that from the contract, because the contract would be something you do with CashScript.
I like it. Smart transactions. Good.
All right, put your hands together for Dagur. right. Well, we're running very nicely to time, and I'm sure everybody's hungry and needs a bit of a break after such a intense 4 presentations. So we'll stop here for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30, so you've got 90 minutes. I believe it'll be the same as yesterday. Lunch will be downstairs in the breakfast area. I haven't been told that anything has changed. And then we've got 2 more talks, and then, of course, the upgrade going live later after that. So I'll leave you all to mingle amongst yourselves and get something to eat. All right, I hope everybody had an excellent lunch. I personally enjoyed the pasta. Amazing. Shout out to all the hotel staff who've been doing a fantastic job. And a bunch of people honestly have said that they love the food, and I think that's great, because if people are fed, they're happy. So maybe that's why we're doing well. Our next speaker is the maintainer of the price upinator in the Bitcoin Cash hot dog channel. So if you're ever not happy with the price action of your Bitcoin Cash, just send him a message and say, can the devs do something? He also maintains BCHN, Fulcrum, and Electron Cash, so only a little bit of the ecosystem. Representing the United States of America, Calin Culianu, with committing to UTXOs.
Thank you. How do things work? Back and forth? Okay. Back and forward. All right. Hello, everybody. So my talk will be on UTXO commitments, which is something that may be needed in the future for BCH, if blocks, especially if blocks get really large. And I'll be discussing an overview of some of the thinking on the topic of UTXO commitments. So I'd like to special thanks go to Josh Green and Andrew Groot of Bitcoin Verde. They have done a lot of the deep dive thinking and analysis on this topic, and I will be presenting some of their ideas on this basically in this talk. So they're not here today, but I wish they were. But yeah, special thanks go to them. So just an overview, just to get everyone on the same page, start with the basics. What is a UTXO? It's an unspent transaction output, and this is sort of a depiction of the relationship between transactions as they move forward in time. You have like the most recent transaction invoking outputs of previous transactions. So an unspent transaction output is just an output of a transaction, and then those become inputs to future transactions and so forth. Next slide. Oop, did I turn it off? Oops. Oh. All right. Yeah, so the UTXO lifecycle. UTXOs get created and destroyed when new transactions appear. The old ones get destroyed when they're inputs, but the new ones get created. And so it's sort of a cycle. So there's, you can think of them as like the fundamental unit of state of Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin consensus rules are mostly just concerned with managing UTXO state, really, except, mostly. So, they're basically like the UTXOs are state transitions, and then there's a lot of UTXOs, and there's a lot of state transitions, and that's basically what's happening in Bitcoin, right? You can think of that on a really high level. Maybe I can make this argument, it's not such a bold argument, but so that's what. So just to the UTXO anatomy, right? It's just a piece of data. Each UTXO has let's say 6 fields, and this is what they look like basically. So the UTXOs are keyed off of the previous transaction that they're invoking. Transaction hash and output number, the amount in Satoshis, the locking script, which is basically the contract, or it's the conditions under which that output can be unlocked. And then there's this stuff related to Coinbase, if it's a mined coin, there's the confirmed height, which invokes that rule, the maturity rule. You can't spend it until after 100 blocks, and so yeah. This is what a UTXO looks like, just so we know what data we're talking about. And this is just the model of the UTXO set. What is a UTXO set? It's just the set of all unspent transaction outputs as of a certain point in time, of a certain block height, right? So a block arrives, the new the UTXO set is UTXO set 1. A new block arrives, it modifies the UTXO set because the transactions in it change some of the UTXOs, deletes and destroys some and add new ones, and so forth. And then on the blockchain tip, then you have the UTXO set for Bitcoin. I'm going to be using the term Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash interchangeably because I think Bitcoin Cash is Bitcoin. But yeah, so that's the UTXO set. And so, yeah, so at any moment in time, like a block is basically just modifying the UTXO set. That's basically just doing operations on it. And then like the UTXO set is like the state. So you're at the blockchain tip, and that's the current UTXO set. So yeah, so why is it important? Because like if you want to be in consensus, like you need to know the UTXO set. Like, you can't transact without knowing what the inputs and outputs are. Of just like you can't evaluate inputs and outputs of a transaction, right? Like you don't know if it's a valid spend or not unless you know what the UTXO set is. Like it's like the most key piece of state for Bitcoin, and like Bitcoin nodes are just concerned with that, like maintaining that data structure. So it's like the central ledger basically of Bitcoin. That's the ledger, the UTXO set, right? So. Yeah, I mean, it determines who has funds and who doesn't. Like, so that's the UTXO set. We're in agreement. But so like that, that begs the question, like if the UTXO set's so important, like why are we downloading blocks? Like when, you start up a new node, like it has to like initial block download or IBD. Like what's the purpose of that? And there are many purposes to it, but one of the primary ones is the node is actually trying to start at block 0, the Genesis block, and like just play forward all of history to like reconstruct the current UTXO set, based on all the consensus rules, just downloading all the blocks. So that's one of the things it's doing. And so that process takes a long time. So, like, why not just download the UTXO set, right? Like, why even bother with IBD? Like, like, why start it, why not just get the current set and move forward, right? Because you would save a lot of time, like, right? And so, but that would be great, right? Like, you don't have to, like, let's say we had 100 megabyte blocks, right? And, like, you'd have, like, gigabytes worth of data every single day being generated. And, like, like, for some use cases, that might not be what you want. So, like, you might just want to hit the ground running now, right? And but the thing is, there's no trustless way to do that. Like, there are some node implementations have done a thing where it's called fast sync, where they just have a hard-coded hash in the binary, and if they download a UTXO set and it matches the hash they're expecting, like they know that it's, the devs blessed it and it's good. But that requires trust. Like, there's no trustless way to do it. So the only thing you can do is just start at block 0 and play the whole chain forward. Yes, I mean, right. So you have to trust the devs, because if they're lying to you, maybe they can print money out of thin air, and then your client will be out of consensus or something, or even worse, like if everybody installs that client, they just made money. So you don't want to do that. But if we could get UTXO commitments, like you could have this scenario where some use cases where they just want to hit the ground running, they just want to get a node started, they want to be in consensus, they want to know what valid spends are. You don't have to download the whole blockchain, right? Like you could just like start being in consensus, and that might unchain like BCH in some ways, because like like that old core argument about like, oh, we need to keep blocks small because you can't just have history growing forever. Like hard drives will fill up. Like that can just go away for some use cases. Like you don't care. Like you could just start from block, like 100,000th block, and you're just moving forward. So it might unchain like some use cases. So like, what would that look like actually, like physically, right? Like, what would a UTXO commitment possibly look like? So here you have like just the block header, and then like the first transaction, Coinbase transaction, the next transaction, and so forth. Ideally, you'd want to put, so the UTXO commitment would be like a hash of the UTXO set, right? Like if the current UTXO set that block was mined against, you'd have like a hash of that whole thing, like, and you'd want to embed that in somewhere, like in the block, right? So ideally, you'd put in the header, but you don't really want to do that, because the header's sort of a data structure that a lot of software knows how to process, and you don't want to be modifying that. It's like an 80-byte header, and like a lot of things it would break a lot of downstream software to do that if you put it in the header. And not every piece of software that would be broken by this would benefit from UTXO commitments. So like you're breaking everybody just for like the benefit of like a niche use case maybe. So you don't want to do that. So what you end up, like a good thing to do is like what Core did. Like they put their like SegWit witness block hash or whatever it's called. They put it in the Coinbase. Like it's required to be there, otherwise the block isn't valid. You could just have a UTXO commitment as an OP return or whatever you want in the Coinbase transaction. And if it's missing, the block isn't valid. It has to be there. And it seems to work well for Bitcoin Core. So, we could do that. That's one idea. So like this block, it embeds the hash of S, and you have a commitment. Like this block committed to that UTXO set. It's like, POW backed. So, and then like, let's say you had a UTXO commitment, like, you'd have like a minimal download to get started, like to just start running a node that can transact, right? Like, let's say you had a 32 megabyte block and you have to download like N headers or whatever before that block, because you really need the headers anyway. You want to verify this block like versus those headers. So you have to get all the headers, like 72 megabytes. And then let's say the UTXO set is 4 gigabytes or something. Like, you end up doing like a 4.1 gigabyte download, and you can start transacting immediately rather than having to do IBD from the beginning, maybe wait 12 hours or whatever. That's what it would be like. A minimal download would look like this. But there are trade-offs, right? Like, you're skipping the evaluation of all the blocks from block 0. There might, that just weakens like the security in a bit, because you're not like validating the chain of custody of every single coin that ever existed, right? We already are skipping some of like Bitcoin Cash Node, for instance, already skips some things for really old blocks. Like we don't need to verify signatures for ancient blocks. Like we have checkpoints that are hard coded in the binary, and so we skip like skip signature validation. So we already kind of do this a little bit, and like this is kind of normalized to skip some types of validation from the past. But this would be even more. Like you're even not even doing amount checks on like anymore. Like if you have a UTXO set and you don't download all the old blocks, like there could be just consensus rules violated. You would never know, right? But you're hoping that, of course, that'll be guaranteed to not be the case if the UTXO commitment is engineered properly. But still, it's something that you're not doing. It's like a check you're not doing. So there are some trade-offs, right? But the hope though would be that most nodes would run a full blockchain. Like you don't want to just have the whole world forget what the history was, and then no one could verify if we're crazy. But So UTXO commitments are actually like an old idea. Oh man, I think I took the wrong screenshot. Now I see it. I was trying to get like old forum posts from Bitcoin Talk Forum, but this one is actually from 2021. Oops. They're old. Like you can go back to like 2014 or 2013, and like they're talking about just UTXO commitments and what they would look like, and like we can't wait for this to happen. Like someday, the core devs are working on it, and that's like 2024, and they don't even talk about it. Like it doesn't exist, because actually, if this existed, it would kind of destroy. I think it would destroy the narrative of like you got to have tiny blocks forever. So but back in the day, before all the bad stuff happened to Bitcoin, basically, like there's people were waiting for this to happen. Like, UTXO commitments someday. Like, we need them. Unfortunately, I think I copied and pasted the wrong. I apologize. I copied and pasted the wrong. But yes, trust me, there are like old postings on Bitcoin Talk Forum. You can go back. Like, this has been an idea that's been in circulation like for a long time. And so one of the ideas, it's just how do you organize the UTXO set? Like how do you what's the best data structure to use? One of them would be UTXO, where you basically build like a ginormous Merkle tree, or like each UTXO is just a leaf on the tree. And then you got to do like the big O n log n, like calculation, compute the tree, and then the root of the tree is UTXO set commitment. So the advantage of this is that you can like prove set inclusion just the way you can with blocks. Like you can just do Merkle proof, like, was this UTXO? And like, is it in the set? And like, yes, you can answer that. You can like do a Merkle proof. So that's really cool, like about UTXO, right? It's got this awesome feature that you can prove, like for SPV wallets, like they could just ask, is this UTXO valid? Like prove it to me. And then like, they get a proof. But the problem with this is that Merkle trees are not the fastest. Like it's basically an n log n data structure. So, there are probably optimizations you could do. You could probably parallelize it, but it's not ideal, right? Because UTXO set are like, it's unbounded. Like you can have a UTXO set in the gigabytes or the hundreds of gigabytes theoretically. Like, you don't want to be churning through that much data. So it's kind of worrying, right? If you do a UTXO for something that you want to be global money, or you potentially are billions and billions of UTXOs out there. So I would consider this to be detrimental to scaling, even though it has these nice properties. And another approach is to just not care about like proofs. Like just do a flat UTXO set. Just like spit out the data and like hash all of it. And if you choose your hash function correctly, you can do like like constant time updates. Like if you're adding and deleting to the UTXO set constantly as you're processing transactions, you don't have that complexity of updating a Merkle tree. Like, but you have to choose your hash function correctly to do that. But so yeah, flat. This is probably the fastest thing you can do. Just have a big UTXO set, hash the whole thing. That's your commitment. But it has a huge disadvantage. It doesn't have the nice thing you get from Merkle trees, which is you can't prove set inclusion. So you can't say, like, given a particular UTXO, like, does this exist now in the UTXO set? Like, you can't do that. But that's okay because, like, that's actually the status quo right now. Like, we don't do that anyway. Like, SPV wallets don't get any proofs. Like, and it seems like SPV wallets function correctly right now. Like, we wouldn't be losing a lot by going with this strategy because it's like, we wouldn't be adding a feature that might be desirable. That's all. But I think this is the most scalable thing you can do because it's just, big O of N. So, like you don't incur any risk by maintaining like a more difficult data structure. So there are some challenges even with the flat set. Like there are some challenges because you want to ideally you don't want any of the negative properties of complexity. So like you don't want to care about which order you used to hash, right? Like you want the UTXO could be in any order and like you hash it in the right way, like it produces the same root hash, right? The same commitment hash. And to do that, you have to pick your hash function correctly, actually. You can't just use SHA-256 because that's order sensitive. So then if you were to pick SHA-256, you'd have to have like a canonical order for the UTXO set, which means you have to sort it, which means you're back to n log n. So you can't do that. You have to go with a different way to hash. So you can get like constant time set maintenance. You can add and delete. And as you add and delete UTXOs, you just get like you just can update the root hash like immediately. Like that would be ideal. And so that's where like EC multisets enter into the picture. It's a hash function that has these properties. So yeah, this is kind of a formal definition of an EC multiset. And I don't need to like parse this for you, but basically it's talking about the desirable properties of an EC multiset, where you can recombine subsets easily, trivially, and order doesn't matter. It's got like commutative property. So it's from this paper up there. I guess you can go read the paper. Yeah, so it's called an EC multiset hash, where you can do unions really easily, like two subsets. The set itself is represented by hash. You can just do a union by adding the two hashes or the two. It's really nice for certain things. So like the way it would work is you basically it leverages like properties of the elliptic curve cryptography. Like you just take any piece of data and you translate it into a point on the curve, and then another piece of data, and to add the two to the set, you just add those two pieces of data together and like you walk the curve. And like to remove things from the set, you just delete like that point, right? So it's basically like addition. Like it's like 1 + 1 = 3. 3 - 1 equals 2. Like 1 + 1 = 2. Like you end up doing It ends up having the properties of addition, where order doesn't matter, and you end up at the same result, which is nice because if you're maintaining like a UTXO set, you want to be able to add and delete in any order, and then you end up at the same answer, sort of the way you would do with arithmetic, right? So, so yeah, and this talks about some of the properties are. You can add and delete elements in constant time. The order of the elements doesn't matter. You can do adds and deletes in any order, and you arrive at the same result, just like you can with addition. And so an EGC multiset hash can represent a set like a subset, and the union of the two sets are just adding the two EC multiset hashes together, and you get another point on the curve, and that's just like the sum of all of them, so like the union of all of them. And that's pretty cool because then you could actually break up your problem really easily into buckets. Like you can like parallelize it. Like you can just have like you're trying to work on the whole UTXO set, which is like hundreds of millions or a billion entities. Like you could just break it up into like little pieces and like throw each piece at a core, have them churn on it. They all arrive at a result. You add all the results together. It's really like almost embarrassingly parallelizable. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Like EC multisets have all these nice properties. But yeah, the disadvantage, like I said before, is you can't prove set inclusion. Like if I give you an EC multiset hash of some set, you can't tell if one particular element is in that set. Like the only thing you can do is if I give you a whole set, you can say that that set is that hash. That's all you can do. Yes, but the nice property, like that nice property of bucketing, where you can like split everything up, is really cool. Like it's easily parallelizable, and in fact, the Bitcoin Verity proposal like explicitly leverages this, and even in the protocol design of how you like do the peer-to-peer sharing of the UTXO set. Like the proposal splits up the UTXO set into 128 buckets, and yeah, each bucket is a subset, and then you just have to work on each bucket independently, and then at the end you just add them all up, and you get to the root and the commitment hash. Yeah, so now that, let's say you have a UTXO commitment, it's great. Like all you have to do is just download the UTXO set from untrusted peers, and you use the commitment that's on the blockchain. You know that that's good because it's miner backed. Like the whole chain agreed to it, the whole network agreed to it. You download the UTXO set. You verify it just by doing the EC multiset ops on what you downloaded. Make sure it matches the hash in the block. And now you know that what you downloaded is good. So then you can just continue playing history forward from block N. You don't have to go to block 0. You just download the UTXO set for block N, download block N, and then you can just move forward in time. And so that would be cool. But that would require consensus changes, right? It would be like, you'd have to add a consensus rule. Like, you have to basically enforce this commitment. Like, if the commitment is in the block, and it has to be, and you can decide on what the schedule is. It could be every block, every 100th block, every 1,000th block. You don't need to have a commitment every block necessarily. It might just be overkill. But at some point, a commitment has to appear. Let's say every 1,000th block. Like, if it's missing, block is invalid. If it's wrong, reject the block. If it's correct, accept the block. So that would be a new consensus rule. And you would need, hopefully some way to download a UTXO set, because, all right, you have this commitment, but, if no one can download a UTXO set, it's useless. It's just there for no reason. So you'd need to modify the peer-to-peer protocol, so that people can share the UTXO sets, in a BitTorrent-like fashion, or maybe similar to the way they share blocks now. And that could just be in addition to the existing protocol. It wouldn't interfere with anything. If you could use bucketing to, sort of parallelize the downloads. And so you could download in little pieces. The way BitTorrent sort of works in pieces, and this is kind of a piece strategy. So, and if you wanted to move forward with UTXO commitments for BCH, you don't even have to necessarily do it overnight. You could phase it in. You can phase it in as just a fast sync, sort of the way Bitcoin, I think BCHD used to do this, where they'd have a fast sync. You just download from one of their servers and you can get the set. Well, we can do something where you just develop the peer-to-peer protocol piece where nodes are sharing the UTXO set, and they have a compiled in hash. You get to trust the developers, which kind of sucks, but and then you just develop the peer-to-peer protocol, because that part is probably the most difficult, actually. Just having the peer-to-peer protocol where they're sharing UTXO sets in an efficient manner, and there's no gotchas, and there's no scamming going on, or just no exploits or whatever of bugs. If you get that in place, and nodes are sharing UTXO sets, the ones that care about fast sync, not every node is going to care about fast sync, but for the ones that care about fast sync, you can do that. That's just phasing it in. It's just a peer-to-peer protocol change. You opt in, it doesn't bother anybody. And then you could decide, okay, we like the peer-to-peer protocol change. It's working well. You can then just say, all right, now we're going to activate UTXO commitments. Every 1,000th block or every 100th block has to have this hash in the right place in the Coinbase. And that's part of the consensus. And then, we already have a protocol for sharing the UTXO sets. Now it's just the blocks have to commit to the UTXO set. And then, you could switch it on, and then you'd have UTXO commitments on BCH. And so there are advantages to this, right? You can spin up a node really quickly and begin transacting. Maybe it would be a 5 gigabyte download that takes 30 minutes or 20 minutes, and you're just you're a peer-to-peer node. You don't have the full history, but at least you can do consensus now, an immediate, you don't have the full history. But, and so that might be a practical solution for some people that just don't care about the full history for whatever their use case is. Yeah, and then if you combine that with like better SPV compatible pruning, which is like Satoshi talked about in a white paper but hasn't been implemented yet, you have like an excellent just scaling strategy for BCH. Like if the whole blockchain is like terabytes and terabytes, but most people don't need the full history, and for them the burden is just to download like 50 gigabytes and they're done, or whatever, like that would be nice. And if you could still do SPV with that, that'd be even better. So. But like introducing something like this is pretty risky, and like you want to be sure you don't make a mistake. So some of the risks I thought of, and there are probably things I haven't thought of, like doing something like this would incentivize fewer full historical nodes, because you don't really need to like serve up all the blocks anymore. And that may normalize some unexpected use cases of like Bitcoin Cash, where like, oh, we don't care if the blocks are huge constantly with full of junk, like whatever, you just use UTXO commitments, you throw away the old blocks. Like it might not be a good idea, right? I don't know. And like there may be unknown unknowns, like maybe there's some bugs or exploits in ECMH and EC multiset hashing. And then that would be really bad. So, there are risks associated with something like this. It is a fundamental, like dangerous kind of a scary thing, but I also think there's benefit in it. So, that's the end of my talk. And there's more info here at these links if you want to start reading about some of the thinking on UTXO commitments in BCH. And I hope, thank you. Do I wait for questions or? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, thank you for the talk.
Thank you for listening. Yeah.
So my question was, if, for example, there is every 1,000 blocks a commitment, and you run a full node, will it keep also the old UTXO sets to serve for? Yeah,
that's a good question. That's a very good question. Yeah. So ideally you'd want to keep. I don't know what the best design would be, but that's an excellent question. You definitely want to. Like, especially if it's every 1,000th block, you'd want nodes to keep commitments, keep a snapshot of from 1,000 blocks ago, or from that block, or even from a few such iterations ago. You definitely need that. Like, so you'd need within the node, you need a way to snapshot. Like, all right, I know a commitment block is, block like 900,000. So at block 900,000, I'm taking a snapshot, saving it to disk. I'm going to start advertising it to my peers. And I'm going to keep that around, And actually, in like level DB, which is what Bitcoin Cash Node does, you could do that in parallel in the background. You just tell the database, I want to take a snapshot, and it just does it. And you can continue transacting and adding and deleting stuff, and it won't affect the snapshot. So that's kind of nice that level DB does that. But you can imagine other node implementations doing something like that. So you'd keep it around. You'd keep around an old UTXO set to share. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you. So
Thanks.
I have a question about does this, or do you see what some of the issues will be with mempool? Does this have any impact on mempool synchronization and like the state of various mempools? How is that going to be because the UTXO set is going to include?
Oh, no, it wouldn't. I'm sorry. I should actually clarify that. So you can define the UTXO set as just the confirmed stuff. So it depends on your definitions of what a UTXO set is. Like, actually, really, the most up-to-date UTXO set includes mempool. That's correct. And it includes everything in the mempool. But sort of this is more concerned with whatever has already been mined. So the UTXO set as of a confirmed block. So I guess just for the purposes of this discussion, or just thinking about UTXO set commitments or anything like that, you just forget about the mempool. That's sort of transitory. It's ephemeral. Just the confirmed stuff.
So in that case, would it cause any change in kind of orphan risks? With people have different mempools as they're creating blocks?
Well, since the mempool isn't really implicated, and it's not a commit, so I probably should have been clear in my talk. I apologize. So in the UTXO commitment, you just commit to every mined transaction previous to block N, right? So the mempool isn't involved in the hash. It doesn't enter the picture. You could have a clean mempool and you get the same commitment hash. You could have a full mempool. It's not an issue. Like, the mempool isn't entering the equation. I should have probably made that clearer in my talk. That's thanks for the question.
So, Calin, the presentation was very technical heavy, and I am not sure if I caught everything. So my question is,
sure.
For example, if right now we have an UX, AUX set of 8 gigabytes, and if I understood correctly, then we split it into parts and hash every part separately, and then we join the hashes somehow. Is that correct?
Yeah, and yes, that's correct. Yes, and the EC multiset has this interesting property where you can easily join hashes. You can't easily join hashes with SHA-256.
So we can then join the hash, and we got one big hash of everything.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that hash is the same as if you had just done it all together at once. It doesn't matter that you did it in pieces. And that's just an implementation detail, but it's important because you want to be able to download this thing piecemeal, and you don't care about the order of the stuff in it. Like, you don't have to worry about those things.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I was actually going to ask if there was any risk of things going wrong in case there was an orphan block that had a commitment in it, if we're only doing it every n blocks. And then I kind of realized the answer to that is probably no, just because you can just mine another block, and if it's the same block height, you're just going to get a new commitment. So the question's kind of moot, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, actually that wasn't clear to me either when I started thinking about this, and I started working on some implementation work, and that's like the first question I asked myself too. It's like, oh no, because it's basically up until block n, so it's the same set. So yeah. I had the same questions.
Yeah, I'm wondering how old is this EC multiset hash function? Is it what's the history of it?
That's a good question. So yeah, you'd want to first know if it's trusted, if it's understood well, if it can have flaws.
Yeah, that's my main concern.
Yeah. As far as I understand, it's not that old.
Okay.
like 10 years old. But I mean, yeah, that's a good question. That requires more investigation.
Yeah.
That's a very good question, because that is one of the risks. Like, if this hash function is terrible, or if it has a flaw, or if just things weren't thought through, where you can easily forge, like it's trivial to construct another set that's fake, that's definitely worth investigating further, and it's something to take seriously.
Since we talk about how whether we define the UTXO set to be only for the confirmed blocks or otherwise include the mempool, I just want to say that, I shielded to you already, but if you include the mempool part, I strongly believe that the EC multiset UTXO commitment, because it's so performant, it can lead to a certain solution that finally does something about what everyone cares about all the time, which is confirmation time. I just want to say that it's still in concept phase. It might come out in due time.
Yeah, actually, can I expand on that? Because you explained your idea to me before, and it's pretty cool. So let's say you have nodes that are maintaining this UTXO commitment, they're maintaining that EC multiset hash that's just it just captures the whole UTXO set, right, as of block n. If you have that already, you can do cool stuff like just broadcast your the set hash that includes the mempool, so the transient UTXO set, the one that includes the mempool, the ephemeral one, and you could broadcast that to other nodes, and they could have an idea of what's in your mempool, and then you could do interesting things with pre-consensus, right? Roughly, you can basically, or you can even have miners saying, "This is what I'm going to mine. Like the next block's UTXO set will be this. Are you okay?" And the other people could be like, "Oh, okay, that'll include my transaction," or "Oh no, that's different than what I was expecting," and you can do stuff from there further, right? Does that do fair justice to your idea? Yeah, because you're already leveraging this one compact hash thing. You could add stuff to it. Yeah.
Earlier in the presentation, I saw that you said I needed to download the block after I downloaded the headers in order to get the actual commitment.
Yeah.
But the Coinbase transaction, isn't that included in the Merkle proof? Can't I SPV proof the Coinbase transaction and skip the block download?
You could, yes. That's correct, you could.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess the assumption was that, you could do that. But then you wouldn't be able to build forward. Because the way I was thinking of it, it would be like every 1,000th block. So that UTXO set you're downloading is probably from 500 blocks ago. And if you want it to be current, I guess you need the whole block because you got to start playing history forward, like a transaction by transaction. But if you were some lighter use case, that's something you could do. Yes. You don't even need to get the whole block, yeah.
You're presenting on this, so presumably you're mostly sort of in favor of it and you're just acknowledging the risks. How do we assess how big the risk is, and how do we kind of quantify that or come to some community understanding of what the risk would be in something like this?
I think more discussion and thought by smart people, for people that are really, yeah. I think this needs to be taken really seriously because it's introducing a huge risk. Like you could print money out of thin air, right? Because it's just all you have is the UTXO set hash. You start normalizing everyone downloading UTXO sets. No one really remembers what history was, and then you wake up with a bug. So I don't know. Yeah, it's not to be taken lightly, but there are huge advantages. Like if Bitcoin Cash scales to be global money, like you can't imagine everyone wanting to download 100 terabytes. Some people might want to transact now, and they want to do so in a more secure fashion than trusting an SPV server. They want to be able to verify transactions now. So, I mean, you can see a reality where, whether we like it or not, we have to come up with a design that includes something like this in some future reality. But definitely, if we do that, it should be really, really, really carefully thought out. Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we've got time. Yeah. And there's no rush, actually. This could happen in 2030 or something. By the time we have to eat bugs, we could have this as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe if it would do the opposite, it would make running a node more common, right? Because people could run a node and then backfill the transactions later, so lower barrier to entry, and you get more nodes.
Yeah, it could, yes. Yeah, I got a node running now, all right. Oh, maybe I should just turn on the history stuff too. Yeah, it's just less friction to even run a node. So that, of course, when there's less friction to anything, it's more likely to happen, you would think. Yeah, yeah.
All right, cool. Round of applause for Calin.
No, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Jordan.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we will be coming up to the upgrade very soon, so I'm not going to beat around the bush, and we should just crack on with our last talk for the conference. This one is from FiendishCrypto, a passionate BCH community advocate, a huge influence in improving community attitudes and culture. He was the organizer of the BCH 22 conference in St. Kitts that I know many of you were at and really enjoyed. He's coming to us today from Germany, so please welcome Elliot with his talk, Making the Impossible a Reality.
Cheers. Thank you. How's everyone doing? Have you had a good BCH Bliss? Yeah. Woo! I think it's been amazing. Sorry. Yes, so I've had an amazing BCH Bliss so far, I can say that. I've had, there's been some great talks here. Especially, I'd like to also massive thanks to Jonathan, again, for organizing all this and making it a reality. So if everyone could give their hands together, give a round of applause for Jonathan. Thank you. Good. So I'd like to say that they saved the best till last, but that would be lying. But how can you compete with, the General and Mathieu? Really great talks. So I'm Elliot, otherwise known as FiendishCrypto. So I also founded the R Cash Tokens subreddit and its Telegram, and I'm very, very passionate believer of Bitcoin Cash. And I'd like to start here. The topic is BCH, making the impossible a reality. And I'd like to start with a fiendish dream. This is pinned on my Twitter. This is a dream where all beings can trade with each other freely. Right? There's no middlemen. There's no restrictions. Money can be instantly sent to anyone from anyone in the planet in exchange for goods and services. And all of this is essentially free. What's important is this money is rare, it's precious, and it holds its values. And with Bitcoin Cash, this dream is made possible. There's a good reason why all of us have made this travel, right, to come here and meet each other. Some of us at great expense. It's because we love this coin for very good reasons. And it's good to remind ourselves of what those reasons are. I'm sure everyone here is aware. But still, let's remind ourselves, and for anyone that's watching online and new people to the community, it's maybe not so clear. The most important thing for me about Bitcoin Cash is that it is permissionless. And this is really critical. So there's no government ID required to be able to open up an account, right, your wallet, to be able to use this network. And no one can block your transactions, whether it's incoming or outcoming. And this is the most important point, in my opinion. It's decentralized. BCH belongs to everyone. No single entity or government can control the network, which allows it to be permissionless. And this offers tremendous stability in the system. It is trustless. You don't need to trust. The transactions on BCH are non-reversible. So once you receive that money, it's yours until you voluntarily give it to someone else for their good or service. And this is unlike Visa or MasterCard or the current banking system, where reversals can happen days, weeks, or even months afterwards. And this allows actually BCH to go into markets where it's just not really possible with the fiat system. And this offers great security. BCH separates the money from the state. I know many people here, this is incredibly important. So no government or country owns BCH. Right? It has no political associations, and whether a country uses BCH, it doesn't benefit them, it doesn't hinder them, in particular to anyone else. And this actually removes geopolitical conflict. It is low fee, it is low friction. And this is critical for a cash replacement. Whether you're buying a house, which is important for BTC, right, or your Lamborghini, more importantly, a cup of coffee or just a stick of gum, BCH works at every price point. And privacy, penultimate point. BCH offers privacy. All the transactions are pseudo-anonymous, and with cash tokens, with Cash Fusion, we have a Monero-like privacy. But all the transactions are on the chain, and it's an open ledger, so it's auditable. So unlike other chains, we can make sure that there's no inflation bugs. And at a certain point, when this will be used as a world currency, it's important. Governments can also be held accountable for their spending because it will be visible. And this is an important point. Right, so we have the visibility from the government, the transparency of governments, but privacy for the individual. So we flip it around. The last point, fixed supply. And this is really important, for me at least, but hopefully it's important for you too. I could actually spend an entire presentation into why a fixed supply is important and how a deflationary currency leads to wiser spending and can have a really positive economical, ecological, and social impact. But put simply, having a fixed supply allows people to save without their wealth being eroded by reckless printing of money. So I'm not too hung up on politics or ideas. I'm quite pragmatic. Decentralized is used quite a lot, right? Is it important? Well, I think decentralization of power, of money, of information, historically, when we look at it, there's so much evidence that the more decentralized that the society has got, the wealthier the majority of people have become. So I'm sure many of you are aware the church used to have an almost complete monopoly on information. So scribes used to write books and what people read, and very few people could read, but those that could read, what was read was controlled by the church, and of course what wasn't able to be read. And then there was a lot of friction from the church, but against this particular device, the Gutenberg printing press, this is in the mid-1400s, and this changed everything. Because you no longer had this centralized point. People could print en masse. And ironically enough, the most printed book was the Bible, right? But it allowed information to be democratized and disseminated across the world. And there was much less friction, much less centralization of that information flow. And this actually led to this is the entire foundation of the Renaissance. Even the Industrial Revolution, this is one of the earliest machines that was made to industrialize the printing of information. And money is just that. Money is information. It's one of the purest information that we have available to us. It lets us know how much do I value this thing. And it's a subjective valuation. This glass of water, I value this very highly. I'm in the desert and I'm dehydrated. This glass of water, I don't value very highly. I come from the UK and it rains a fucking lot. Right? That's a subjective thing. And this allows to send a signal that creates an optimal allocation of resources. And it allows for unimaginably complicated networks to not only work, but work well. And that is our global economy. And anything that impedes this information flow, middlemen, taxes, well, this leads to a worse form of resource allocation, right? It leads to poverty or not maximizing our wealth. Thomas Jefferson, the founding forefather of America, he understood this, right? So Thomas Jefferson said that if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issuing of their currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, that the banks and corporations would grow up around them and depriving people of all their property. He believed that that the banking institutions were more dangerous to American liberties than standing armies. He believed that the issuing of money should be taken from banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belonged. I'm thinking about the connections. Thomas Jefferson, he was a B-casher. And he had a tremendous amount of foresight. And it's important to think about this. Like, we have this vision of what Bitcoin Cash, like this future that we're building. And it's important to understand, like, why we're building it. And I don't want to dwell on this, but it is important to keep this in mind because there are others that are trying desperately to create an alternate future for us. And this is one of the central bank digital coin, so CBDC. We've all heard about it, but many people do not really understand it, especially those that are not into crypto. But they're scared of it, right? But they don't really get it. So the CBDC is the antithesis of what Bitcoin Cash offers. So firstly, it's permissioned. You need permission to use it. You'll need an official government ID to be able to open up an account. You have to jump through KYC. You have to give all of your information out, putting you at risk. It is centralized, so one government or institution has complete control over this ecosystem, this network. It requires trust, right? Just like MasterCard, just like Visa, just like the current banking institution, your transaction can be reversed. You can no longer interact with those markets where scamming, crime is relatively high, but there are also very innocent people that just want to purchase, want to be part of the financial system. And not only do you have to trust other players, you have to trust the owner of this system. It's not great. CBDCs offer zero privacy. So every transaction you make on the blockchain, they can see everything, where it's coming from, where it's going, exactly what you're buying. There are many things that we don't want to be shared with the world. The medication you're buying, maybe a political donation, maybe that toy you've bought for you and your wife. It's harmless, right? But we don't want that information out there. And some of it's not so harmless. Some of it can bite us in the ass. But just important is this privacy, of course, and for those that are listening, this isn't... no privacy doesn't extend to the government. No, the government, they will be hiding their expenses just like they do today. There is an endless supply of money, right? And this is a simple one. If you could print money, would you? You fucking liars. I would. And so would the government, right? And they do that. Bullshit. Anyone that has basically bought a token, that is essentially you're printing money, right? Anyway, let's not get distracted on that. And this is why, right, the euro, we all know this, but the euro and the dollar is always trending towards zero. Because the government didn't get the memo that money doesn't grow on trees. So we are not looking at endless supply, right? It's low free and low friction, but only at first. I'm quite convinced that the way that they'll sell CBDCs is to the taxpayer. Hey, dear taxpayer, you're already paying all these benefits to people. And this is programmable money, right? We can stop them from buying cigarettes and drugs or anything, these luxuries. We can tie money so that they can only spend it on nappies, baby formula, healthy food, bugs, but no meat. Great, says the taxpayer. Finally, my tax money is used sensibly. Yeah, right. That programmable money is going to be used against you. You go out and protest against the government. Boop. There goes your money. You say the wrong thing on Twitter. Boop. You're out. You don't have any money. You can't buy anything. Okay, screw this. I'm going to leave the country. That's fine. Boop. Your assets, your shares, your house, everything. You can't bring that with you. It's gone. And there is no cash in this system, so you can't go and buy milk. You can't go and buy bread. You don't have access to anything. There is no money other than the CBDC. And you could go to your neighbor, but then they're at risk of the same thing. And that's the problem with CBDCs. This is state-controlled money. The money belongs to and is controlled entirely by the bank and the state. And this sets up the stage for actually lots of political conflict, as countries do everything they can to strengthen their currency and weaken their competitors. And for you as an individual, it means you have absolutely zero private life. So whether left or right, it's really important to stand up and fight and really say no to CBDCs. But that's not why we're here, right? Because we're here to ensure that that future has no chance of happening. And we are here to build a bright future, a wonderful future, a free future, a future full of liberty. The future with BCH. And this is where people can interact freely with each other. There is the optimal allocation of resources to maximizing wealth. We have the ability to save without having to speculate. The freedoms and rights of property are enshrined and protected, and we continue the path towards decentralized liberty as set out by Gutenberg's Press. And I hope that everyone here that's into Bitcoin Cash can agree with this, that we can align on this, that this is the future that we want to build. Because if we're all aligned on this, it makes the next part easy. Because the question is, well, how do we get there? How do we create this future and make this future of BCH a reality? And I gave a lot of thought about this, like, well, what is money? What gives it power? What gives it utility? And the answer is relatively simple. It's actually very simple. The power and utility of money is exponentially linked to the size of the network. It's obvious, right? The more users, the more people that accept a particular currency, the stronger it is. The more people want to join that. So this made the quest of how to improve this very easy. All right, BCHs, we need to A, expand the network, or B, promote activities that assist with A, expanding the network. Simples. So we can break that down. Like, what is the network? Well, as already mentioned, like we need people that accept Bitcoin Cash. That's really important. But equally important is the people actually using those merchants, those shops, those services. And at a certain point in time, that's all that will be important. I'm convinced of this. It will just be a technology, buyers and sellers, and the businesses that are built on that tech. But we're not that far yet. And for me, Bitcoin Cash is closer akin to a social network. It requires a community to go out and encourage people to use Bitcoin Cash, to accept Bitcoin Cash. And they do this by raising awareness. And this is the part that I think is really important. So this is high level. How do we get there? The question is, who gets us there? And as Chippy will be able to answer, the big reveal, someone. I liked it on the first night with Jeremy. We were talking about maybe changing this to, how can I help? And I think that's a good next step. Someone. The world needs someone to create this future. And who's that someone? Even simply, hands up. It's you. It's you. It's everyone, right? Everyone that wants to make BCH a success needs to be part of this. And everyone here in the conference, you've all made so much effort. I know it's cost some of you quite a lot of money to be here. And this is already so much. And what I'm asking for is not, also you guys, but especially the ones at home, especially those, we have many that are passive in the community, that maybe they just write a little bit on Telegram, is everyone to give just that extra 1%. That's it, 1%. That extra 1% compound. It's really impressive. And they compound and it becomes exponential. And this makes the chance of this future become so much more realistic and attainable. So many people here, there's many builders, and you already know kind of like what it is to do. Where can I give that extra 1%? But maybe there'll be some things that you're not really aware of. One thing for sure is there's many things that the community aren't aware of, and they're the ones especially sat watching the live stream. How you can help, how you can be that someone. So the very first start for me is, it's the chicken or the egg, but you have to have someone willing to accept your Bitcoin Cash for you to be able to be a user. So the merchant onboarding for me is the first step, and it could be a merchant, a service, or whatever. And according to Bitcoin Maps, you're already doing incredibly well here. So in Sick Kitts and Nevis, we have apparently over 180 places accepting Bitcoin Cash, over 300 in Australia. Hey, look, there's David. I know who you are now. And over 20,000 in USA. I mean, these are fantastic numbers, right? That's really impressive. And I'm convinced that we can do so much more. And also much more meaningful adoption. Do any of you just go to a bakery, the same bakery every week to buy your bread because it tastes so good? I do. Or go to a cafe because, they do great cappuccino or mocha or whatever it is you like. Have you asked them, do you accept Bitcoin Cash? No? Start. This is the 1%. Do you know what they'll say? Fuck off. No. No, especially in Germany, right? We have to be honest with ourselves. We're right at the start of this. Very few people accept cryptocurrencies outside of Slovenia. They'll say no. Let me tell you about Bitcoin Cash. It's amazing. They know you, right? You're a regular. You're always going in here to buy Bitcoin Cash. They'll put up with some of your shit. Tell them about it. A few sentences, that's it. You ask them a second time next week when you go and buy your bread. They'll say, no, we don't accept that. What are you talking about? But let me tell you all the stuff that's going on last week. You can read the BCH Foundation news about that. Third time, fourth time. And this is the important thing, right? So I come from a background of where I'm also selling. Selling doesn't happen on the first time. It's like planting a tree. You put the seed in, you put some fertilizer in, you get some water in, right? But the most important thing is time. It needs time to germinate and to start. And this is what's happening in the mind of the person. They start thinking about this. You ask them 5 times, 6 times. You're going in there every week. They know you. They'll put up with this. You're buying their bread. Time 11, you'll be surprised how often this happens. And I have tried this now. All right, I'll accept it. Great. This is a good feeling. So what do you do next? Your bakery's accepting Bitcoin Cash. Do you go off and run off to a million other bakeries and get them onboarded? Who thinks no? Hands up. Who thinks we should just onboard loads of bakeries now? Hands up. Our developers. And this is why we don't put developers in sales. They have no fucking clue. You go to that bakery and you buy bread. It's that simple. Be the user. Don't go and onboard other bakeries and split your money. You can only eat so much bread. Well, unless you're, really fat, which I've got recently. But that's why I'm not wearing my suit. It didn't fit. Use those services. And it's really simple. Be that user. Don't put it on someone else. Hey, I've onboarded them, now I'll spread it around in the Bitcoin Cash community, and someone in Japan's going to use my bakery in Germany. No, it's not going to work. Merchants accepting BCH is only sustainable if there are customers using BCH. And this comes to think globally. Right? BCH will become a world currency. It's going to be used by every country across the globe. And we achieve that by acting locally. So we've got the bakery accepting BCH. What's next? Do you have a gardener that comes and mows your lawn? When you go to the cinema, do you have a babysitter? When you go on holiday, a cat sitter? Do you have Spanish lessons or music lessons? Have you asked that tutor, do you accept Bitcoin Cash? No? Will you accept Bitcoin Cash? Would you accept it if I give you 10% extra, 20% extra? Do you like Ryan? 100% extra. And what do they say? No. Okay. Do we give up? No. Never give up. Yeah, that's nice. What's your name again, sorry? Shadow. Not the shadow. The shadow. We've got the shadow here. Wow. That's crazy. You don't give up, right? You offer them some extra money, extra BCH. They're probably going to say no, right? But you ask them next time you have your piano lesson or whatever it is, and talk to a bit more about BCH. And do the same thing. And eventually, or they go, oh, Jesus Christ, Elliot. All right, tell me about BCH. Like, where can I spend this? You got them. And you talk about the stuff online, right? You can go to Bitcoin and you can spend this at Amazon.com. Okay, Amazon. Okay, that's pretty big, right? And Namecheap if they want to get a domain or... And all that online stuff is great, right? And it does have an impact. But do you know where there's a real kicker? Where you blow their head away? Hey, do you know that local bakery? Oh, they do amazing bread. I always buy my bread there every week. They accept BCH. That's what hits them. Because then it gives the impression of a much larger network than is really the reality. Amazon's accepting this, right, via a third party. But Amazon, that's the big thing, right? But it's also a local shop in my tiny village is accepting this. Wow. And this is 3 birds with 1 stone. You as a BCH user, you can use your BCH on something that you want, something you need. There is a new merchant in the ecosystem. Great. And the bakery that you've onboarded now just has a new customer getting BCH, and only because they accept BCH. And this is strengthening the network. It's like creating little synapses, little neurons. And if everyone, and I'm asking to all to do this, like really, this isn't supposed to be a presentation. Do this, try this. I know many of you are builders and developers, and maybe it's a little bit scary, but don't try it. Once you've done it once, it's not that bad. And these little cells, they grow all over your country. And eventually they start connecting with each other and they create networks. And after that, they connect across countries. And this is how we get to global adoption. And this can and will happen when we act locally. So if you aren't doing this, and this is really a call to everyone, do this. Do it on small scale at only the establishments that you know you are going to frequent on a weekly basis or even more often. So what do we do now? Well, networking. This is an important part, right? We reach out to the BCH community and we tell them about our tips and tricks. How did we onboard this person? We share that with the network. And we can ask the permission of that bakery, of that guitar tutor, if we can also share their name. Maybe we can draw them some business. But you network. And we've got many places on the online communities where you can network with other BCHs. So on Twitter, we've got the Bitcoin Cash community. On Telegram, there are well over 100 active BCH groups. It's insane. The main ones being BCH Channel. My personal one is Cash Tokens, our Cash Tokens, where you can talk about the Cash Tokens protocol for businesses, entrepreneurs, and development. On Reddit, we've got the main one at Bitcoin Cash. Our BTC is still somewhat BCH friendly. And our Cash Tokens. And I really think it's important to be doing this. I know I've spoken with several of you here, and I know that you're not so active online. And this is, maybe that 1% extra that you could be doing is just liking stuff, that 1% more, writing a little comment. This helps with the algorithm. Whether it's on Reddit, whether it's on Twitter, you see something in BCH you like, take that 1 minute or whatever it is to write the comment. Let's face it, it's not even that, right? It's 10 seconds. It really helps. It creates awareness. And this doesn't just need to be online. Meeting in person has so much more impact than anything online. And I discovered this, going to the Bitcoin Cash 2022 in St. Kitts, where I met many of you and built real friendships and really strong networks. And great stuff comes with this. And it allows for then, when working online, a much more meaningful and deep relationship and much more productive. But this doesn't have to be expensive conferences. It can be free or cheap meetings in your local pub, in a local venue, where you just put something out in social media to invite people, and you get together and you talk about Bitcoin Cash, you talk about adoption, you talk about why you love it, whatever it is. Network, meet people, share tips and tricks, what's working for you. All right? And let's be honest, that's why we're here, right? The presentations were amazing. I really enjoyed them. But the real meat of such a conference is actually getting to meet people, talk to them, discuss their projects. By coming here, you've shown the real proof of work. You know people now personally, and you're so much more likely, because you know those people personally, to help them and also to be helped for your project or idea. And as a little anecdote, one of the most successful BCH app and the company behind it, General Protocols, they met at also such a conference in Australia, 2019. And that would be an amazing, amazing thing to happen today, right? Because we've got so many builders, so many developers in here. And if that networking could lead to this next thing, this is where things get really interesting. Products. You're already working on so many products, but this is a chance for you to work together, to join together and maybe join what you're already building on to create something of importance. Build things that serve a need. This is really a critical thing. So we've already got many products on BCH. We've got Cash Fusion, as already mentioned. So this allows Monero-like privacy. We have Flipstarter, so people can come and pitch their idea and get funded by the community. We've got a huge amount of wallets, web wallets, iPhone, Android, Cash Tokens aware wallets, and protocols that support the ecosystem.
Fiendish, sorry to interrupt, but we have one more block until ABLA goes live. So we might be seeing that very shortly, and I'll interrupt you again if that happens.
This was well timed. ABLA. Okay, before that block goes through, so anyone that, I guess everyone's aware, right, but ABLA's really important. The adaptive block limit algorithm. This is, if we had this before 2017, they wouldn't, Bitcoin would be worth $1 million, it'd be used everywhere, and I'd be able to buy my Steam games using crypto. And to pull this back to the networking thing, or something I'm going to talk about in a minute of content, when this goes through, please, everyone, get on your phone and retweet this out. Because I think this is something that's really important to everyone. Everyone knows Bitcoin. Everyone, or most people in the wider community know about the big block split and everything that happened there. Because this is a real feather in the hat, right? This is sewing up that social attack for forever. So yes, products. Build products that serve a need. And this is something that I'm convinced that extra 1% is to improve on this aspect. it's really challenging to know if your product has a need, right? Or how strong that need is. How much value do people put on your product if you don't have a price, if it's free? As you said, like this, the reason why BCH, why money is so important is because it's information, it's sending a signal. And this allows you to decide if you're using your time valuably. I'm creating value because people are willing to pay me for my product. Or I'm wasting my time or I'm not using it so optimally because actually no one really wants this. And so this leads to the next thing. This really aims at the builders of the community and people that are here, is build business and business models around your product. Like, this is maybe asking more than 1%, but I'm pretty sure you'll be grateful for it when you start thinking like this. Build products that generate revenue. And we've got businesses in BCH. As already mentioned, we've got Bitgri, where you can spend your Bitcoin Cash on online platforms like Amazon, which is fantastic. You've got CashRain that allows for social media marketing. Prediction markets available on BCH Guru. And my absolute favorite is BCH Bull. So we've already talked about this. John's gone into this. So the highest total value locked at $14 million. People are putting huge amount of value on this product. It's a clear signal that they're on the right path and they've made the right choices and they can put further investments there. So to make sure it's clear to everyone that's not aware, BCH Bull, it allows you to leverage your BCH and when you speculate the price is going up, or more important, I guess, to many more normies that will enter the ecosystem at some point, is to be able to hedge your BCH so you can take out that volatility. At the moment, you can hedge against gold, you can BTC, many other assets, and recently introduced is euros. And I want all the budding entrepreneurs and product builders here to also just be aware of something, is that the BCH ecosystem is full of really passionate people. It's really amazing to be working here. Lots of builders. When we think of the size of our ecosystem, the amount of products we've got, just look at all the wallets. It's crazy. But the actual user base is still relatively small. So when you're creating your product and your idea is just to make money and revenues from the users that BCH already has, you have to appreciate that you are then pioneers. But then if you're relying on the users that are already there, then you're relying on someone else to get you new users. That's risky. And what I would advise is, like with CoinGraze, which I think is the absolute correct way of looking at this, is don't look for the users already there. Look for the users that aren't there. Because then you are reliant on yourself, your product, your go-to-market strategy, your marketing, and no one else. That sounds a lot better to me. You'll be much happier with this decision because your success or failure relies on you, no one else. You've got a much higher chance of being financially successful. And when you are, we all get to benefit from this. We get more transactions, more user activity. Create your market with your product. Okay, so this is quite high. This is just for more the builders, and I guess not everyone's an entrepreneur. And for those builders that aren't entrepreneurs, like team up with entrepreneurs. Like you share your ideas because you can't do everything. But let's pull this back to something where everyone can join in. Everyone in the community. How are we looking on time?
Still waiting.
Okay. Let's see if we get cut in. Build it, and they will come. This is what a top CEO of he was a Microsoft executive, right? And he's in a top CEO now of a multinational company. And he said to me this personally, build it, and they will come was the single worst piece of information he had ever been given at the tip. Build it and they will come. He said that this is a complete pipe dream. It's nonsense. And he comes from an engineer's background, just like many people I know in the community here. We've got a great product. Bitcoin Cash is a fantastic product. It's already rivaling MasterCard and Visa. Okay, we're building on it, right? Continuously. We've got the ABLA upgrade coming in seconds maybe, which is, so we're always improving it. And that's important. But we've got a great product. That's not what's holding Bitcoin Cash back. I'm convinced of this. And what we can do is raise more awareness. And everyone can help with this. So with marketing, we've got many marketing strategies. You could spend a lot of money and wrap your entire car in a Bitcoin Cash logo. So this has been done in Australia, in India, in the Caribbean. You could build a massive replica of Bitcoin Cash or host very expensive parties with lavish marketing, very expensive dresses and renting out some lovely girls to promote all that. I'm guessing most of us don't have the money for such things. That's okay. There's probably a much more effective way of doing marketing that's certainly cheaper. And let's start at the real basics. Stickers. Logos, right? You go online, you can find stickers. They're just a few bucks. You've got your cafe. There you go. Free stickers at the bitcoincashfoundation.org. This is the 1%. Do this. Don't just listen and think, yeah, that's a great idea, and then you go on with your life. Do it. And I'll be doing it, by the way. So you've got your bakery accepting Bitcoin Cash. You've got your guitar tutor, whatever it is, accepting Bitcoin Cash. Ask them, can I put a logo on your shop door? Yeah, great. Here. Don't have to pay for it. Here you go. And I travel a lot. Last few months I've been in Mumbai, I've been in Madrid, I've been in London, and I see everywhere I go, there's stickers of bands, stickers of politicians, stickers of this and that. There could be a hell of a lot more Bitcoin Cash stickers out there. So in your little places now, because you're going to do this, you're going to listen to this advice, you're going to go out and you're going to onboard over the next month that one bakery or whatever, the cafe, and we're going to start seeing some more Bitcoin Cash stickers out there. It's cheap, and it has an effect. And this can also be done online. You can go on to do your marketing on Twitter. Calling it X is still very wrong for me, but there you go. On Reddit. Because, creating content has never been easier or cheaper today. And so if this is your 1%, this could be huge. We've got content. We've got lovely content. So Jeremy and his Bitcoin Cash podcast. This is absolutely awesome. So talking to key people in the industry. We've got the Bitcoin Cash Foundation, which does the weekly news bulletin, where you can understand what's been going on in the community over the last week. Or myself, I just write the Fiendish Dream, for example, with an AI-generated image.
That's it. Congratulations, Bitcoin Cash community. ABLA
is live.
Amazing.
This is good news. So, is someone going to send a transaction now? Make sure everything's working. So, you're all invited now to, can we do a tweet on that from the BCH Bliss?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'd love to get everyone, if everyone could retweet a BCH Bliss tweet about that, about ABLA, it'd be pretty cool. Draw some noise, draw some attention to this. This is important. This is a monumentous occasion.
All right, done. I'll tweet it now.
Sure, I'm going to do the same. Let me get on there. By the way, and also, if you're not using Twitter or X, I understand his weaknesses, but I would advise, to do it. You could, by just going on there and retweeting a few things from the more popular Bitcoin Cash content creators, it really helps create some noise, especially now with the conference. And every like and every comment you make to something, it actually increases its visibility to everyone. So join in.
We will have a video shortly explaining ABLA for anybody who's watching and a little bit out of the loop. That'll be coming shortly after this talk.
Fantastic. Good. Yep. So we've also got, as many people have met, Ray creating vlogs and Ryan too, and these are really fantastic. And what's important here is everyone here is amateurs in this scene. Right? We've got our jobs and we earn our money, and we do this because we love Bitcoin Cash and we want it to be successful. And you can join in with this too. So, for those of you that aren't camera shy, just try it. Grab your phone, record yourself, talk into it, talk about Bitcoin Cash. Why do you love it? Who have you onboarded? Talk about the cafe you just got in. Whatever it is, post it on YouTube and post links to that YouTube link, on Twitter or Reddit or wherever. What is the worst that can happen? Some wanker says it's shit. Can't please everyone. Adapt. Remake it, right? Just do something a bit different next time. But in the best case, maybe it works. Maybe you get quite a few likes. People enjoy it. You increase BCH awareness. Maybe even get some donations so you can be paid a little bit of money for your hobby in BCH. And for those of you that are shy, there's other ways, right, of creating content. Content has never been easier or cheaper to create than it is today. This is a selection of images that I've created, and all of this is with DALL-E Bing from Microsoft. So it's free, it's AI. I have an idea in my head, I write down a sentence, and these images are created. It's amazing. I mean, I could never create these myself. I'm not a good artist, and to pay someone else to do this without AI would cost a lot of money. And all of these images has an importance. So no one on their own is going to make someone buy BCH, but they create brand awareness. And I chose these images on purpose. I had the bull because BCH is bullish, the emerald because BCH has value, the genie lamp because the genie's out of the bottle with the Bitcoin protocol. No one's putting that back in. The family because Bitcoin Cash is for everyone, not just anarchists or people that are anti-state. It is for everyone. And the wings on the Bitcoin Cash is a bit hidden because Bitcoin Cash is for freedom, it's for liberty. And if everyone was just to create one piece of content, this is 30 seconds. I just put it into DALL-E Bing, walk away, it does its thing, I come back and I slap it on Twitter. It's 30 seconds, maybe a minute. If everyone was just to create like a piece of content, just one piece in a week, or even just half of you were to do this, right? You would have exponentially more content online that just raises that awareness of BCH. And this is where it can help so much. They say that a picture paints 1,000 words. And it's really true. And this is somewhere I can say that the Bitcoin Cash community has got so much better over the last 12 or 18 months. I remember, the Bitcoin Cash community is full of really intellectual people. They have great arguments. And about 2 years ago, there'd be some maximalist saying some crap. And someone from BCH would put in their well-laid argument, lots of facts, on social media. And there'd be one image sent back with Roger Ver crying or something, and that would be it, It'd be the argument would be destroyed. But now BCH has come back much stronger. And we're using good humor and banter to win this argument, not with facts, but with emotions. We'll look back at 2024 and we'll look back and be like, we were part of the meme wars. And as was already mentioned yesterday, there's a Telegram group called Seize the Memes of Production?
Promotion.
Seize the Memes of Promotion. On Telegram. And you can join this and join the war room where we collaborate and think of how we can bring out more awesome memes. And you can see with the memes that we're generating now tend to be very, very positive. So in the past, it was very much like BTC shit, right? And, the topic we still got with BTC and how much BCH is better, but the focus has changed. It's fun. BCH is better. That's the focus, and BTC is still there. And my favorite of these, or one of my favorite, is of comparing BTC or any other blockchain in a positive way is this one. So we've got a story, everyone knows this, of Goldilocks. This block size is too small, BTC. This block size is too big, BSV. And this block size is just right. BCH is Goldilocks. And every image you put out there, right, it has a positive or negative impact on the person experiencing it. And it will make them think positively or negative against this product, against this branding, against BCH. People are much more attractive to positivity. And they'll see this. They may think nothing, or they'll laugh and they'll think positive. But they won't be thinking negative. And this is the crux of the presentation, is that the most important thing right now, in my mind, is the culture of BCH. We want to create and need to create as an attractive community as possible to be part of, so that community can grow the acceptance and the usage of Bitcoin Cash. And we should be having a lot of fun. And it can be simple things, such as, I guess some of you may have seen this, such as the anti-maxi laser eye glasses. It's about having fun, right? It's not taking things too seriously. If you don't want to join in, fine, don't. No one's going to pressure you. But if you do want to join in, do so. Get some glasses. They can be cheap. They can be expensive. Take the piss of yourself. Lighten up. We're all very serious about Bitcoin Cash. It's important, but we've got to have fun and enjoy doing it too. And this is the critical part. You are all ambassadors to BCH, every single person. When you talk about BCH, whether it be online or in person, you are creating a positive impression of yourself or negative, and that impacts that person's impression on Bitcoin Cash. So if you don't take anything else from this presentation other than this one single point, and this is what I would like you to take. Be awesome. Every interaction you have with people has an impact. Bitcoin Cash will become a world-adopted P2P monetary network, decentralized digital cash. And you are the someone that's going to make it happen. If you do just 1% more than you're doing today, and everyone joins in with this, the combined gains will be extraordinary and do so much to ensure BCH's success. Like having access to books, having the entire internet and wealth of human knowledge at the tip of our fingers, the decentralized monetary network of Bitcoin Cash will empower humanity and take us to the next stage in civilization and liberty. And with your efforts, like all other paradigm-shifting technologies, BCH will also one day be perfectly normal, taken for granted even, mundane and boring, used everywhere by everyone, and with your extra effort. This is Bitcoin Cash's future. And together, we would have made the impossible a reality. Thank you, BCH Bliss. I'm Elliot Price. We are BCH Community. Be awesome.
All right, so I think we'll just get a video up that we have to explain ABLA for anyone who's out of the loop or maybe even who isn't. We'll get that going, and then we're going to have a bit of an on-stage panel and chat through the ABLA upgrade and whatever other topics, I guess, we come along to in the conference in general. So, yeah, pay attention for this video, and we'll get some chairs up on stage, and that'll be the next part of the conference. All right, so I've just been informed we're actually going to have a break. once we show the video, then we'll. Fiendish to the stage.
All right.
right. Jet's going to give me the thumbs up, hopefully in a minute.
I just speak loudly, it'll be right. I'll hear me in your mind.
Jet, we're live. He's got his headphones in. He's absorbed. Oh, we're live? All right, well, let's just crack on. Anyway. Oh.
The amp's on.
Okay, cool. So we're just going to start with the little 3-minute ABLA explainer video for anybody who's not familiar, and maybe some of the people who are. I've actually had a lot of people say that they really like this and they got, learned something new about it, even if they'd been following the community quite closely. So we'll start with that and then we'll get chatting.
What is ABLA? ABLA is the adjustable block size limit algorithm, which replaces Bitcoin Cash's 32 megabyte fixed maximum block size limit with a floating block size limit that responds intelligently to live network activity. This means BCH capacity will grow as network activity grows. The community has jokingly nicknamed the new algorithm Jessica due to the anagram of Alba, as in Jessica Alba. Did you know Jessica Alba's husband is called Cash? Seriously. ABLA goes live on May 15th, 2024 as part of the yearly Bitcoin Cash network upgrade. Proposed and championed by developer Bitcoin Cash Autist, it has received broad feedback, iteration and support from the Bitcoin Cash ecosystem stakeholders, as required by the chip process. The end result is a high-value, low-cost upgrade that makes BCH stronger and signals to the world that BCH is ready for exponential growth. ABLA is designed to balance two opposing concerns. If block size limit is too low relative to transaction demand, on-chain fees rise, transaction reliability drops, and network effect suffers as consumers migrate to alternatives. On the other hand, if block size is unlimited or the limit is too high relative to transaction demand, infrastructure providers such as node operators, miners, wallet services, and block explorers are hampered by uncertain technical requirements and cannot accurately plan resource provisioning or scaling. ABLA automatically balances these two concerns by adjusting the maximum BCH block size limit every block, similar to BCH's block-by-block difficulty adjustment. The intention is to maintain a rising limit well above block space demand without stranding infrastructure providers with unfeasible or unexpected network requirements. This removes any need for recurring debates over the correct limit, plus it gives confidence to BCH stakeholders that social disagreement cannot permanently stall network capacity. ABLA starts with a minimum floor of 32 megabytes. It cannot fall below pre-existing network capacity. There is no upper ceiling to how high the limit can eventually grow, but the sustainable maximum growth rate is capped at 2x per year if all blocks are 100% full. In order to accommodate fast moments of viral adoption, the algorithm also has some extra elastic capacity to permit a temporary growth rate of up to 4x per year, since transaction growth is rarely smooth. The algorithm has been carefully developed and tested to hopefully end the need for manual interventions on the BCH block size limit permanently. However, if problems are found with the algorithm being ineffective or insufficient or not fast enough, the community can always tweak, change, or even remove it in response to real-world conditions with another chip upgrade. And that's ABLA. Transact on Bitcoin Cash with fast, cheap, and reliable transactions, now and always.
Well, there you have it. I think I probably speak for everyone in feeling both a lot of excitement and also maybe a sense of relief that we've got this over the line, right? Like when Calin was talking earlier about UTXO commitments being sort of discussed in 2013 and 2014, and it's only now in 2020 2024 that we're maybe starting to actually take that kind of stuff seriously, it really puts in perspective how everyone can have the best of intentions or the best, alignment or ideas or whatever, but it only takes a few things going wrong, a little social drift here or there, new people joining the community, censorship, propaganda, whatever it is, and before you know it, ideas that once seemed like they were a lock have faded out of sort of the view of the community, and maybe they never happened. So that's my initial reaction. Maybe starting with Mathieu, talk to me about ABLA.
Yeah, definitely agree with the initial reaction. So part of it is relief that it's finally resolved. I really liked the video, especially that it emphasized that hopefully no more manual intervention is needed with regards to the block size limit. Like it's permanently, hopefully, like permanently solved. So yeah, that's really reassuring. And so very hyped that it's now live on the network. And I think everyone shares that sentiment.
Yeah, not only that it's a relief, but the whole process has been a relief. The difference between the way Bitcoin upgrades used to happen, both on BTC and then BCH, and now it's just night and day. How from a kind of concern and risk and worry perspective, this was a complete non-issue. Like nobody here was really worried about it happening. It was just kind of a celebration that it is happening, which is fantastic. And all of the discussion that happened on this and all the development and the research and everything happened, long ago. And then there's, the process has just been fantastic to be able to see people working on it. And we're already talking about the next year and the next year. So I absolutely love it that it's a relief here and then just that the whole thing has become so smooth.
Yeah, I'm really glad we finally got this through. If only we had this before 2017, we wouldn't even be here, right? We'd all be on our island with Bitcoin being like millions in value and still a medium of exchange. But we've got it through, and I think it really cements that BCH is ready now for becoming that world currency that we all know it will. And I have to say, Jeremy, this video is amazing. I have to be honest, I saw it. It was on my to watch list. I didn't get time before the conference. But it seems like you've done your TikTok research, right? Because you've got the words underneath, and it's like to keep up with it, which is I know TikTok does that. But it made me really focus in and get the key points, and it was very short and concise. So I'd love to see more of these sort of videos to make it easy for everyone to understand why this is important and what it is.
It was concise, and also you really nailed all the important points. There's no little side points that were missed. Was great.
Both the considerations of it adapting too quickly or too slowly, or responding too, raising the limit too fast or too slowly. Yeah, that definitely, because those are the considerations that are technically relevant.
Yeah, and we had quite a lot of people who would then, even when you say the algorithms in and it would change things, and people would say, okay, well, that sounds great and all, but even before they go and actually read up on the details, then they say, what if it's wrong? And you say, well, firstly, maybe go read about it and learn, what you're criticizing before you start criticizing it. But I think it is that key point that even if something is wrong with it, which hopefully won't be the case, but if the world's a fast-moving place, if things change, the fact that we can ship an upgrade like this just creates ongoing momentum that we can find consensus and agree to ship something different, right? Whether it is a change to ABLA or it is something else. And it's funny you guys touch on having short, concise things that make a lot of sense, and it's easy for people to grasp because BCH has a lot of things that are quite nuanced and hard to explain in that way. And the chip process is one of them. I've had to do several explanations of that on my show and in media around the place. So I don't know if you guys have any suggestions. How do you think we can best, people watching the live stream now, they don't know anything about the chip process. It's their first time finding out about BCH. How do you boil down that process and why it's effective?
I think one thing that can help is if people just find out now about ABLA, that it didn't fall out of the sky yesterday, so it was already activated on ChipNet in November normally. And even before it, there was already implementations and being talked about. It's probably being discussed on the research forum more than a year ago. So things actually move quite slowly in some respects, and it's good because it gives stability, and then everybody knows what's coming, or at least everybody involved in the community to some extent. So this predictability, I think, is a very important factor, and that's something key to the chip process, that important upgrades, which have inherently some risk, need to move slowly, or at least slow enough that everyone has the time to thoroughly review all the aspects and all the risks.
Yeah, the upgrade has been worked on for a long time, as you said, and a big aspect of the process, of there being a process, is, yeah, there's a process and it's well documented and it's there, but as you said, it's been kind of hard to really convey what that means in detail. But also, as Mathieu said, you just show people the actual chips and they look at it and they say, oh, that's pretty easy to understand, and it's a pretty good representation. You know, each chip as a document is a good representation of, oh, wow, they had to do a lot to get through this, and a lot of people are involved in this, and it obviously went through several revisions and people coming up with problems and risks and things that they might need to handle or things that haven't been thought of. It's all there in the document. So just looking at the documents now that we've gone through the process of working through some of them is a great place to start.
Fiendish, any thoughts on the chip process?
Yeah, well, one thing for me I like with the chip process is how much consideration goes into these things. I can remember back a couple of years ago there was some in the community that were highly skeptical about the change in the development, with 1 year release schedule, but this, the way the chip process works, so there's lots of research gone into this, and then there's ChipNet, right? So this is pushed through in November, so there's a good 6 months to basically see, is this working as it's... We've done lots of research, we've been very careful, but still, is it actually working as intended? And this is really critical because, Bitcoin Cash has gone through, several forks, and we've had now this period of stability, and this is critical for large companies, right? The chips are well researched, that there's a slow period that is tested before it's pushed out to actually the market, because I know this from experience with larger companies. They're very itchy when it comes to making significant investments into an ecosystem when the development of that ecosystem is very risky or gung-ho, which is why I respected very much what you were saying earlier. Go fast and break things is a brilliant entrepreneurial move, right? So don't misunderstand that. Go fast and break things. But not on BCH, not with the contracts, and not anything that's on the main level. So I think the chip process is a great addition to what we have in a robust ecosystem.
Yeah, and one point I want to emphasize is its public nature. I follow the research forum very actively, so if there's a new comment, I try to read up on it. But this public nature wasn't always the case, even in Bitcoin Cash. There were some small rooms where things were discussed, or kind of backdoor agreements or discussions. But yeah, this is not a transparent way to evaluate network risks or new proposals. So to have a public forum which is really focused on research and technical arguments. So it's also moderated if something is not relevant to the technical discussion, to really keep the place good for technical discussion and a good environment to produce high quality outcomes, or at least high signal. So if you go there, the comments will all be very relevant critiques or questions about the topic or the chip being discussed. It's very cool to be able to be part of the discussion. So anyone interested can later today read up on the different chips and the different arguments against and for them, and the different risks. So that's a big positive aspect.
The site he's talking about, bitcoincashresearch.org, is the same one that I talked about in my presentation, right? There's a lot of good research and discussion going on there. So get on there. There's a lot of different topics. There's consensus level discussions. There's apps. There's protocols. All kinds of discussions that are good. And going back to the point that I said about the whole process has just become smooth of upgrades. When you go there, you'll see things that are in research or potential consensus upgrades. Nothing's decided, but potential upgrades for years ahead, which is fantastic. All that stuff's out in the open, and for years it's being discussed. And if you want to build confidence yourself, or if you have a company that wants to go and check, are these guys really serious? You can point them at it, and they'll look and say, I have no idea what's going on here. Let me get an engineer to check. So there's like the engineering discussions, but then there's also business level discussions of does this make sense? Like, are there users for this? Is there actually demand for these things? So it's a broad spectrum of stuff going on there. It's great.
Well, it's a sign of maturity to think on longer time frames, and I've been very impressed that the community has started doing that more and more. I mean, you guys say that it is public and it's well documented, and that's true to a certain extent, don't get me wrong, but I think we can still do a lot of work to improve that, like the fact that we need to be here on this stage explaining that kind of stuff. Where can people go get involved? Like, I think one litmus test might be like, by a show of hands here, who felt that they were really engaged with the ABLA upgrade and the discussion around it before kind of coming to this conference? Okay, a few. Wow. So you got maybe like 25-30% of the audience, I think, but it's a long way from, this is a room of fairly hardcore Bitcoin Cash supporters, from getting that to 70 or 80%. Maybe would be more realistic in the future. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, I do. So we always say, or I've said for many years, and other people also say, can the devs do something? Is a coin, is a network about its engineers? No, it's absolutely not, right? It takes everyone. It takes all kinds of professions and skills and abilities to make things happen. And this is one of those opportunities where you were talking about the 1%. Might be a little bit more than 1%, but take your skills as a marketing person or as a communicator and look into the things on bitcoincashresearch.org. And let the world know about them, because engineers have many talents, but public communication is not usually at the top of the list for engineers. So yeah, have a look at it and see if there's some things that might be valuable to communicate to the world, and even inside the community.
Yeah, so one thing that would be a luxury to have for the future, like these high-quality produced videos, they're very good to get people engaged and the attention. But now the upgrade already activated, so it's kind of a celebration. But it's also good to have this information out in advance, like when it's being discussed, or at least when it's being activated on ChipNet. So people know far in advance that it's coming, not only the hardcore, but like the wider community. So I feel on the communication front, maybe not between the technical community, but in the wider community or ecosystem, that there is some room for improvement. But this takes not just developers or engineers. This takes a wider scope.
I think it could include everyone, right? Even if you're not an engineer that's involved in that part of it, even if you're not making content, it's just being mindful of it, right? Because everybody is involved in the BCH community. Everybody talks to other, Bitcoin Cash members, or can be, doing outreach or just casual conversations here and there. And it's a hard thing to sort of accurately measure, but that kind of, like wisdom of the crowds, that kind of knowledge that everybody just takes for granted, takes time to build up, and it's an active process that we should be focused on. So I think, we can do better signaling those things ahead of time, both in terms of the quality to be more engaging, and also, over a longer period of time. So that's a topic I think also deserves attention, in that I've had people discuss with me and ask, like, okay, well, chip process is working now, but that's because the BCH community is small, right? When it's 5 times bigger, 10 times bigger, 100 times bigger, 1,000 times bigger, it's not going to work. Problems are going to come up. Now, that sort of remains to be seen. Actually, the burden is now on the doubters to prove that would happen, rather than us to defend, something that's actually already working. But there's some merit to that argument, right? It's very easy to say at a small scale things are easier to manage and easier to align on with a large group of people, right? So do you have any thoughts on this? How do we maintain the momentum as the community grows?
Yeah, so one thought I have is that the yearly schedule is really healthy, I think, because it doesn't just get harder when you go bigger. If I can use Ethereum again as an example, they're much bigger, like orders of magnitude, but they still do hard fork upgrade just fine. So I don't think like some BTC ossifiers will tell you that ossification is inevitable and we won't be able to change the protocol anymore. I don't believe at all that it's true. It's also a kind of cultural thing. So if we decide collectively that yearly upgrades is a good schedule and it works for us, then we can just do our thing and abide by our rules, and we don't need to mind the ossifiers who tell us what we can and cannot do.
There will be, I think, some element of ossification, right? That's just a natural thing. As things get older, the HTTP protocol, you can't really change it very much anymore, right? It's well ensconced all over the place. So there will be some element of that, but there's no reason to artificially inject it into anything. Yeah, we just got to keep going, and the process is always open to change. It has a much higher bar to changing the chip process, but of course that can also change.
Yeah, and this is something like I agree very much with Mathieu. Looking at the near future, very much so. Like the yearly upgrade cycle, I think is really great. What I think is it's not to underestimate. Right now, BCH is very small. You know, the whole crypto world is very tiny. And we will succeed on our goal to become a world currency. Like that's going to happen. And think about like what does that mean? Like, businesses are running their entire infrastructures on BCH. So the idea of doing a hard fork every year, like if at certain levels, maybe that's still going to be okay, but maybe not. Like because maybe there are going to be some changes that would just cause so many problems to all of the people that are reliant on Bitcoin Cash, right? And using that backbone for really important things, right? This is money. I think I agree with John that like some level of ossification is almost certain. Certainly certain like very low level like standards of Bitcoin Cash, which is why like the next sort of 5 to 10 years are really important, and we should be building that, which we're doing. That's why it's so fantastic. The Bitcoin Cash is a great product today. It's really super. But of course, there's lots of work being done to make it better so that when it does start becoming this world currency, it's there. And so that if there is some level of ossification, which I guess is inevitable, so that's okay because the product is ready for that.
Yeah, I think we are on a timeline just with either growth or inevitability of, particularly hardware. Like once there's more and more hardware, it gets harder and harder to change these kind of things. So on that topic then, if we're here in 2024, we've just shipped ABLA, the most likely things for 2025, which have been mentioned a little bit throughout the conference. Let's maybe have a chat about a couple of those and get a gauge of where you guys are at on them. So I think the first one is the VM limits, which Mathieu was talking about most prominently. Do you want to just expand a bit more on maybe we already talked about it, but from the community point of view, how should people be thinking about it? Where can they go to get more engaged in it? Is it really risky? Things like that.
So definitely there would be risks with retargeting VM limits, because the limits are kind of a historic artifact from BTC, so they're totally not well designed, but they do prevent like very bad worst case scenarios. Like if there would be no limits, then there could happen very bad things, which would make it very expensive to validate blocks, and which would make the network less permissionless or less decentralized. So things we really want to prevent, but we can retarget. So this is important, and I want to emphasize this. Retarget the VM limits in a way that that doesn't increase the worst case scenario. So the worst case scenario keeps as it is right now, but just the common use cases that normal smart contract developers use, they get also limited very strictly right now, whereas those shouldn't be limited to that extent. So we can retarget the VM limits to keep the worst case the same as it is now, but allow smart contract developers to use the basic functionality to a healthy level. And the proposal, I think, says 10,000 bytes for a contract, maximum contract size. So I would be very happy to see that, but I know that the proposal is still kind of in a draft mode, and we should see an update to the chip shortly. So I think in a week or a month, we will see an update with extensive testing. So all the worst case, because Jason Dresner does very thorough work, so we should have the worst case scenarios like publicly documented, and then you can just run the test and see that the worst case are the same. Like it doesn't get more expensive even with the retargeted limits, but the normal use cases for smart contracts, like adding two numbers, like that shouldn't be limited to 201 operations. So this limit will be lifted to 10,000 bytes.
Emergent?
Yeah. So he covered pretty much everything that's important, especially the last part. So I'm a very kind of risk-oriented kind of guy. You might be able to tell from the presentation that I did. But that last part is very critical from my perspective, right? Because everything that Mathieu said is absolutely true. Like it's all of that is correct, and it's going to be a great thing to do. The only thing is, and it's very, very important, you really got to make sure not to break people's money. And so you have to be beyond careful that you've really considered every case, and you're not going to do something that, whoops, now we have inscriptions and we're writing 4 megabyte JPEGs onto the BCH blockchain with a discount, right? Like you just got to make sure you don't do something like that or even close to that level of silliness. So yes, so this part that Jason is working on is great. And for example, anybody else who's out there and goes on bitcoincashresearch.org or looks at the chip and looks at the test vectors is what it's going to be called that Jason creates. If you go in there and you find something that he missed, you can make a name for yourself. And that's part of the chip process. That's part of it all being out in public. You can go and look and say, well, yeah, this all looks completely legit. I can't think of any way that this could cause a worse problem than they've already described, and this worst case is fine. But if you can look at it and find something, you'll literally make a name for yourself and never have everybody's appreciation. So go take a look.
And this is an example, right, of going against what you said before, right? This is a case where you take that, try and break it. Right? Try and break
absolutely.
what's been done.
Oh, yeah, break it.
Move fast and try and break things.
Try and break everything.
All right, might have to be our next thing. So, in terms of like the timeline, like people can get the sense that we have this sort of 6 months from May until November for a proposal to be drafted and hashed out and sort of got into a good state. And if it's not quite ready, then perhaps it waits around the next year, and that gives it kind of an extra 12 months. How long has this VM limits stuff been in discussion, and are you optimistic or not that it's going to be solid enough by November that everyone's going to go for it?
I'm going to jump in first here. So I don't know how long it's been officially under. There's not been a chip because the chip process didn't exist at the time. But since the first time anybody tried to write contracts back in 2018 when we got OpCDSV, that's the first time that meaningful smart contracts became possible. Anybody who tried anything was thinking about it at that time because the box was tiny to work inside of. So yeah, just anybody who's been working on it knows that it needs to happen.
Yeah, like Rosco mentioned in his presentation, just by doing the introspection in the hacky way you needed to do before, you were already at so much boilerplate, so many opcodes that the 201 limit, like every smart contract developer has run into it. So it was under discussion from when people started doing stuff with smart contracts. But I think this chip, almost a year, so there's definitely, it's not like people only started working on it when ABLA got approved or something like that. It's these research overlap, and it's no reason to wait until one thing is completed until to start on the next one. Is also the people can be like the same, but also it can be different people or involved to different extents. So it's overlapping in timeline.
So if we knew that this was on the cards or people were interested in running into this problem in 2018, just to play devil's advocate, why haven't we seen more on that until now? Like, is it just because the community's only been able to, had cash tokens, we had ABLA, there's only so many dev resources to go around? Is that the cause of the delay? Or
I think I can do the initial answer and then pass the ball to John. The answer is that it's kind of when you start doing these smart contracts, you run into the limits. The easy way is just let's raise the limit. 201 opcodes. I think it should be 10,000 opcodes. But that's why we have to think about these worst cases, because having 10,000 opcodes would make the worst case terrible. Like you could do 10,000 signature checks or just duplicate an element and concatenate it, so it would grow kind of like exponential in size. And you would have very large elements on the stack, which could cause memory problems for fill nodes. So I guess with this, do you have some thoughts on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So ironically, it's like somehow it's a little bit unexpected, but the hard thing, like doing things like introspection, these are these other technical upgrades that BCH did. Introspection, 64-bit integers, these are technically difficult things. They're not conceptually difficult, but doing them correctly and safely is difficult. But doing that was also more straightforward in some sense, to say that, look, okay, we could just increase things to 10,000 and YOLO and see what happens. But we know that we've got to improve the way things work. We absolutely knew that some things had to improve. So let's do some very minimal limit increases, and then let's increase the actual capability of the system, which will create more power actually earlier. Because creating big limits and then making everybody work with a very clunky virtual machine wouldn't actually get as far as doing things in reverse. So we got introspection, we got 64-bit integers, and then it actually became very powerful. And now you really want to do a lot of things with it because it became very powerful. Now it's a moment to say, okay, now we understand the power and we understand the limitations. This is a good time to really kind of set the limits of the system. So it was a little ironic that the hard thing was easier to do first.
I've just been thinking as we've been talking about this, sort of the quality of your language is the quality of your communication, right? And what I'm really noticing is, because what I'm trying to ask you, I mean, that's a great answer and all, but what I'm trying to ask you is like, what stage are we at now? But there are not words for those stages or like milestones that we can get through. There's very vaguely the lock-in in November, there's go live in May. We need some better, like if you had to break things down a little bit in terms of a few steps, even within something getting to lock-in, it gets proposed, it gets generally discussed, gets iterated. I don't know what, Fiendish, how do you see the chip process evolving in an ideal way? And then maybe we need some names or a color, a color system or something.
Color system is quite nice, right? There's quite a lot of posts on Bitcoin Cash research, and you could have like a color, like this is just a very early question, like this is a chip. Like I've had this idea. It's in the research phase. Like people are starting to respond into it. It's in the pilot phase. Like you're testing this out, and you're using a color for all of those. So that means you could even filter on the website to see, okay, which ones are pretty close. They're maybe really in consideration for going on mainnet, so I can really look into that and start actually attacking that, trying to break it. So I think that's a great idea of just making it a little bit more approachable, because I guess, you guys are looking at this daily, you're actively building on this, and so like most of the stuff or all of the stuff that's on there and what stage it's on, whereas for many developers and builders now that go on there, they'll be like, okay, like when's this going to be going out? Like what's the stage of this? And so that color process would allow them to focus on the ones that like, you need to check this now, because if you don't check it now, like the problem's going to be found out really soon.
Sounds like a job for someone who's good at visual communications and social media.
Someone else, eh?
How can you help? This is the question everyone should be asking.
There's a little bit of difficulty, right? Because this was one of the things that went into the discussions that led up to the chip process is you have to be careful, because you set up like, okay, red, yellow, green. It starts to feel like a process where it's just going to happen, but it's not, right? The actual assumption for any proposal is that it's going to fall flat and just die. And that's a good thing, right? Because there's a lot of good ideas out there. So you have to kind of...
no red, no green.
You have to balance that idea of giving people the suggestion or the ideas that this thing is inevitable just because it has a...
Yeah, so you can definitely envision that there's something in the red stage or the yellow stage moving to orange and then back to yellow, because if there's, with the VM limits, with the tests, if we find issues, or any developer does, of worst cases that actually get really bad, even with the retargeted limits, then we need different limits. So then it gets bumped back more to research phase. So it's really...
Sounds like a regular project to me.
Yeah, but this would be a good...
there's no linear progression throughout the stages, because once someone finds any real critique or a real issue, then it just needs to be reevaluated, sometimes from the start. Sometimes it's a small tweak. But you can't start bumping colors like every weekend.
Yeah, but if somebody who's good at visualizing things like this kind of slightly complex process, it's not a big deal, right? Somebody can find a good way to visualize this.
I just think if it's not going to be sequential, you can do it as like something irrelevant, like animals. There's rabbit, deer, and cat, or whatever, right? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, the stages of evolution, maybe. Like, this is pretty evolved, right? This is
trying to get away from that. I'm trying
nearly a human
as long
being.
as dogs are the best end of the process.
So I think one good way to see how likely a proposal is to also make it is for how long has it been an issue. Like the block size, it was kind of clear that this hard-coded limit has been a big issue for a long time. Because ABLA, the kind of a dynamic block size, was talked about for a long time, and then we saw with BTC how that plays out. But with the limits, it's kind of the same. These limits don't. Pretty much everyone is in consensus that the current way are bad limits, and it needs to be re-engineered. But then the question becomes, what's the best proposal? And developers can only really even convince themselves that their proposal is the best once they've done all the work and all the tests, and once it's already pretty much finalized. And then if nobody else can poke holes in it, then it gets kind of accepted. But if someone can poke holes in it, then it's back to the stages before, like researching the other limits, tweaking, writing more tests, test vectors.
So a challenge, because I see this as a challenge, right? To somebody who is good at this kind of visualization and research and checking things out and communicating things. Another challenge is this thing that most people are not used to, which is there's no such thing as voting in this process, right? There's no parliament, there's no king, there's no top-down decision-making happening, and there's no distributed top-down decision-making happening, right? It's bottom-up decision-making. And that's a hard thing to communicate. So finding some way to put all these things together and visualize and show it, man, that'd be a great challenge. I'd love to see that realized between now and the next upgrade. I'd love it.
Yeah, but see, what I'm hearing is even just in explaining it, like we all sort of have this vague sense, right? Like Mathieu's saying, oh, well, you just kind of know it's been a problem for a long time. The engineering part of my brain is, well, how long and who knew, right?
We got a presentation about UTXO commitments. So this was an idea discussed back in, I think, 2012 or something that Calin mentioned. And we all know that the initial block downloads take a long time, and it's only a problem that gets worse. So I mean, in a technical sense, the solution has been discussed for a long time, and it's also known as a problem for a long time. But then finding a good solution is where it's at, and you can really find a good solution if nobody can poke holes in it. So you need to give everyone involved in the process enough time to poke holes. So if you would give it a green sticker before anyone has taken the time to poke holes, then you might give it or call it a deer, when it should tell us flaws that can send it back to research phase. So that's just...
there you go, research phase. See, this is what I'm saying. Like the first thing you said there is everyone agrees it's a problem. Like that's sort of a phase. We just need a name for it. And then there's the phase of everybody can, it's public knowledge for a while. I feel like we need names for these different
That'd be
points.
Yeah. And then the bottom up part of it could be represented by, like a little logo for,
yeah, well, maybe everybody can start flaring it on Twitter and Reddit and
everybody
BitcoinCash
thinks this
research.
is on research phase, puts their little logo there, and whoever thinks it's on, no, this is totally done already for production, like put their logo over there. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to do it.
That would be an excellent site, Bitcoin Cash proposals or something with a timeline of them all. And yeah, if people can vote somehow.
This was one of the original.
But indicate their opinion.
Yeah, and this was one of the original ideas because people have often, for years, said, BCH needs a roadmap. And it's like, yes, that would be a really nice thing to have, but where is this source of truth for the roadmap? Who is asserting this? And this is the idea that has been said for a long time, but no one has done it, is to show this is a decentralized roadmap. And I don't mean that in the fuzzy nonsense way. I mean, just like we were just discussing, you could literally go out, poll the people, the community, the ecosystem, and show these are the phases that different people think this proposal is in. And then if you put all that together, you end up with a roadmap if you're good at visualizing it, showing it.
I'm really excited by this. This sounds great, and I really like the research stage. For me, the research stage is quite simple. I think I don't know what, some kind of a solution stage. Like you have something, you've architected something, like some proposal for a solution, and that's being vetted, it's being tested. Right? Because there's also quite clearly a stage where you get to where basically, okay, now I'm going out to find if there's consensus to actually put this proposed solution into the next upgrade. So there's clearly there's a solution. There's something different now. Like we're into the consensus stage, the proposal stage. And for me, there's definitely 3 stages there.
I'll give you one more at the bottom. It's the good idea stage.
The good idea stage?
Yeah, everything
it's not a problem stage. Like you got to start with that. I think that's what Mathieu was saying.
I'm saying ironically, like the good idea. Like a lot of things start as they sound like good ideas, but they're not.
All right, you're
like fixing upgrade days.
Ooh.
Shots fired.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe that, because I think we already are doing that in a way. It's just not well visualized in the sense that, like, I put out tweets, saying I support ABLA, and I, do a sign off on that, and so do other people in the community. And the more people that do that, it kind of creates this emergent.
But it's not very
right?
visible right now, for sure.
Yeah,
it's not easy to understand.
Yeah, I think we can do a lot better about that. Okay, so we talked about VM limits. Maybe let's talk a little bit about UTXO commitments. Obviously, Calin was talking about that today. I think that's another one that's kind of, potentially in the cards for 2025 or 2026. Everybody agrees it's a problem. The right way to do it, not yet determined. So there's more research needed, but give me your thoughts on that as, people who've been following this a long time.
Yeah, it's one of the critical steps to scaling. And it's one of the great things about BCH. It's the practical Bitcoin. We make things happen. And we know that scaling is not just one number. It's not just one system. You have to actually make a system that works for the world, for literally billions of people. And anybody who thinks that's going to be just a super straightforward process, that's nonsense. But this is one of those things that we know has to be done. So yeah, let's get it done. And it's already been in research, and people are already working on it. It's fantastic, yeah. And there's going to be more things that have to be done, not only on nodes, right, with indexers and block explorers and all kinds of wallets, etc. All this different things need to happen for scaling. But I think this is just one of those, one more step that we have to take on that road to billions of people.
And that's what I love about the Bitcoin Cash community as well. I think many people outside of the community think that Bitcoin Cash is just about on-chain scaling and as it currently is, and that's it, which is obviously not true. And I love the approach taken. I think to paraphrase Calin is that you may not like some of these things, it may not fit the ideal situation in your mind, but we have to be considering this. We have to look at this because we have to be realistic. There are real needs when the chain size gets so large. And what I really loved was also just the approach that it's this is high risk, right? Being quite honest and open about that. But we need to discuss this, and we need to have this conversation. And that's something I think you won't see in certain other chains. And I love that. That's a great aspect of Bitcoin Cash, is being the pragmatic chain, the optimal chain is basically looking for the best solution for actually the real world, being a monetary system for the entire world, not just for a small group of people, or not just for a dream, a fantasy.
So for the UTXO commitments, I'm very happy to see a progress update. So how far it's come, and that it's being presented on these different solutions, because even for me, maybe I haven't followed it closely, but I know that there was different proposals for UTXO and Merkle trees, and that you could do inclusion proofs, but these has scaling limitations. And of course, in BCH, we're very wary of anything that could introduce scaling limitations, because of course, for now, it would be fine. But we would have to switch it when we actually get success and actually get many users. So it was cool to see that these different solutions have different trade-offs, and that there's actually a scalable way to do this. So I was very glad to get the presentation and the new info today.
All right, I think those are the two things that are most heavily under discussion, and they already organically came up in BLISS, so I was quite happy to see that. Let me change track a little bit. One thing the community, in a similar sense to the chip process with coordination, is we also have to coordinate resources, right? And we've had Flipstarter, we've had a long period of both, successes and failures with allocating money that way, people doing donations, it's amenable to a crowd-funded, community-based thing like Bitcoin Cash to have that a lot, but there's been some good and some bad that's come out of that. So what can we learn from the lessons that we've had on funding and bootstrapping new economically viable projects in the scene?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the very first thing that there needs to be is accountability. I think this is one of the things that has been, missing. With Flipstarter, it's been fantastic for raising money for developers, that are known in the community for doing their particular thing to improve the protocol, and that's been highly successful, right? When looking at it from the marketing perspective, the awareness perspective, it's been a little bit of a shit show, I'd say, to be quite frank. And I think the large part of that is because of accountability, because a Flipstarter's run, if it's put onto some server somewhere, and maybe a few weeks later that's no longer accessible, and people quickly forget, right? We all have short memories, and so that particular person or similar people, then they come up 6 months later and do the same thing again, and this happened, right, for a while there. It was a little bit concerning. A lot of money was wasted. So I think if I've know some of you are creating some great projects to do that, is to increase the accountability of such projects so that people can track it and be like, oh, hey, yeah, you did a great job. I want to invest into you next time. Or you did a really bad job, or you just ran off with that money. I'm not going to invest into you. So that's what I'd love to see.
I can give some specific advice, because I've thought about this and talked about it a lot with people, is if you're making a campaign, if you want to do something that you think is a public good, or whatever reason you think it's going to be successful with Flipstarter or some kind of donation model, whatever it is, do your homework first. Talk with people you trust. Ask them what they think, and don't predicate the discussion on, I'm launching this tomorrow. What do you think? Because that's a worthless discussion, right? Okay, if we're launching it tomorrow, it's done already, so just do it. Take your time, come up with a good plan, and get real feedback, and expect people to say your plan sucks, right? Because most plans suck when they first start. You make a business plan or whatever it is, and it's going to be trash, and that's okay. Start and iterate on it, work on it. And as on the flip side, so do that as a campaigner. And on the flip side, if you're thinking of supporting a campaign, don't fall into the trap of thinking like, oh my God, I can't say anything bad about it. I don't want to criticize it, because then it might not happen or whatever. Like, no, you have to be honest, and you have to really think, is this the project that I trust? Is this something good enough? Is this, up to my standards, and I want to spend my money on this to make this successful, or is this going to be successful? So if you have feedback and you think the proposal is okay or trash or whatever, great, let them know. And don't be afraid to just say, look, you need to redo this, like start over and make another presentation or another proposal. So the two sides, iterate when you're making it, and then on the other side, don't be afraid to say, look, you've got to do a better one.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that, which is that I know personally that I've done this, is that can be public, but it doesn't have to be. If somebody puts up a Flipstarter, almost certainly, like, they should have their contact details there for feedback and iteration and stuff. And you can just reach out to them privately and just say, look, I'm not so sure about this for X, Y, and Z reasons, or I think the idea is good, or I love the enthusiasm, but there's these problems that is why I wouldn't fund it. And then it's kind of up to that person to take that on board without their ego getting in the way or whatever, and then shipping a new version. And if you see somebody actually responsive in that way, that's already a good indicator that that's maybe somebody you should be investing in the first place when it actually comes to funding it. So it doesn't need to be some big public roast or anything. You can do it quietly, and then if they aren't responsive to that, then maybe you can ramp it up. If they keep pushing it, or they get a lot of other donations and you want to sound the alarm bells, you can say, look, hey guys, I talked to so-and-so 3 weeks ago or 2 months ago, and I told them there was these problems. They didn't get back to me. They didn't address it. If you've already contributed, maybe consider, pulling your funding until they're more responsive, right? So that's not to create drama or anything, but if we're going to better allocate the money, it has to be it has to have some kind of accountability like that even before things get funded. Mathieu, you get in here on this topic.
Yeah, so I feel, as I said in my presentation, that for the cash tokens ecosystem, so over the last year, that Flipstarter has worked really well. I think that's because there was just a lot of infrastructure that needed funding, and it was more of the technical kind, and there was enough builders like with a known reputation who wanted to step up. So I think, the way money was allocated with Flipstarter for the cash tokens ecosystem, I'm very happy with that. So that's more recently. Even one example is Salim Code, who's a great developer. I think he's in a third world country, and he was trying to build a block explorer for cash tokens, so with all the metadata. And so I was a huge fan because if you want to build cash tokens project, then of course you need the block explorer, which shows the token icon and some information about maybe the NFT or just a specific metadata for everything involving cash tokens. And I know that it was actually not too easy for him to get money because some people said, oh, why doesn't he collaborate with some existing project? Why doesn't he start yet another block explorer? But I think to this day, it's only one of 3 or one of 2 block explorers that support cash tokens in a good way. So I'm very glad that eventually he did get the funding, and I also tried to endorse him and help him. So I feel that it was not too easy, but maybe before cash tokens, or more than a year ago, that some efforts, maybe there was too much willingness to fund and too few people taking initiative. So we did see things getting funded, which probably shouldn't have. If there was enough information, or maybe just like marketing efforts where the payoff is kind of intangible, and it's hard to measure, like, did the person really put the effort in, and did he deliver? Whereas with some technical things, if developers promise a certain product or features, and oftentimes they're involved with this project anyway, or with this topic, then I feel it's more concrete. So maybe Flipstarter is a better tool for funding certain technical things and more of a risky tool when doing kind of marketing initiatives. Because Flipstarter doesn't have to be the only way that we fund public goods, because it's funding everything upfront in advance. In Ethereum, you see something called Gitcoin grants, which does retroactive public good funding. And I think this is a very interesting concept to also explore in Bitcoin Cash. So of course you need the whole infrastructure again, and it wasn't cheap at all to build the Flipstarter infrastructure. So I know it took a lot of work from people. So I'm very grateful that we have one good solution, but maybe the solution isn't universal, not for every type of public good. So retroactive would certainly have different trade-offs because people need to put in the work first. For example, they first need to do the actual marketing stuff and put in the effort, and then people can acknowledge it after the fact and say, yeah, obviously this person did a ton of work. Of course, if he does it full-time, he cannot do it for free. He needs to pay for expenses and live comfortably. So then retroactively, people can, for example, do some kind of voting. And I think for some projects, this might be the better funding structure, where if you give all the money upfront, then you can have people run away with the project or just say, oh yeah, I promised to make videos and I made some videos. Where it's totally different expectations than the people who had when they funded the marketing Flipstarter and they thought it would be a very big thing. Whereas retroactively, it's obvious who put in the effort. So of course this also had some difficulties. If people want to build something where they need money upfront, then retroactively funding them doesn't help because the project would never get off the ground in the first place. So just thinking about different solutions for the future, and then also looking back at what has worked well. And I think for cash tokens recently, I'm incredibly grateful that we have Flipstarter.
Well, it's funny you say that because, like you say, Flipstarter doesn't have to be the only way, but it can be sort of a contributing way in that if you go about it where you think, I'm going to run a Flipstarter and I first need to demonstrate some proof of work, whether the Flipstarter comes together or not, it can get you some recognition if you have a solid enough proof of work section in there, and the community will then come to you and find you. I think people who have put in good work will even if you've done nothing and you just go to the effort to write a solid Flipstarter proposal and you have a place to contact you, people will reach out to you, and there are other ways that money distributes itself in the ecosystem, right? So I think people should be very aware that public proof of work can build credibility to get funding, even if the funding doesn't arrive in the exact way that they were expecting. I don't know if you want to add on to that, Emergent.
Sounds like a great app and smart contract that somebody should develop by the time we get here next year.
Yeah, and also I think Flipstarter is the best for public goods, meaning things that can't really be monetized. For example, wallets are notoriously hard to monetize, so you could integrate some kind of exchange feature. But yeah, if you're a BCH-only wallet, then it's already harder, or you would have to customly integrate. Maybe, you could maybe integrate Coldron now, but then you need enough volume and you need to attach a fee. So why would not people just use Wallet Connect? So there you don't really have a good business model. I think it's very good that we have funding models for public goods, but not everything is a public good in the economic sense. So some things you can easily exclude people. And then you can make a business model. You can, for example, NFTs you don't need a Flipstarter for an NFT mint, right? Because people can just earn through the NFTs. Or we might see more ICOs. Like Cash Tokens enables a ton of new also fundraising mechanisms. And I don't think there should be over-reliance on funding for public goods only if it fits this category like public goods. For example, block explorers are also infrastructure. Like how can a block explorer make money? Yeah. Whereas if you have tokens or anything, if you have a service, a product, then you can monetize this. But if it's just a stats website interface where people can browse around, it takes developer time to develop it once, and then just small maintenance cost to keep it running. So this is different in kind.
All right, let's change topic. This is a hard one. So Roger's in jail right now. The Samurai Wallet guys, they got picked up this morning. Tornado Cash lost in the Netherlands because the judge ruled that even though they were writing free and open source software and they didn't necessarily do anything wrong, that they sort of had it in their mind that it could somehow potentially be used for, criminal activity or whatever. We're coming into a scary world, especially for, I guess, not necessarily just open source devs, but they're high on the hit list for just activities that 10 or 15 years ago would be just well beyond the pale of being subject to law enforcement. But the advent of cryptocurrency and the threats to the existing system has triggered that kind of immune response. So it's a hard one, but what does the BCH community need to be doing in light of that? I mean, we're here, we're the good guys, but we can't just blindly march forward and get kind of gunned down one by one, right?
Yeah, one by one, right? This is the important thing. So I'm a big believer that everyone that's actively involved in cryptocurrency has some element of risk, right? But not doing anything at all, not pushing for that future is also risky. So you have to be involved if you want to stop that future. There's risk either way. But we should try to collectively not let anyone go too far forward. Like we should be moving forward together. And I think that we should be proactive with that. I believe very fundamentally that Cash Fusion is an invaluable tool for Bitcoin Cash. I think if we were to lose that, it would be a great shame, right? It would be a hit into the ecosystem. And at the moment, that is running on, it's running on a server, and that server's tied to a particular person, and that concerns me. Like, I think that, we should be proactive on that and look, how can we protect that person? How can we protect that server? How can we make sure that service is running in a way that it's not tied to a particular person? Because, I don't want anyone to go to jail. I certainly don't want Roger to be in jail or anyone else. I want to protect everyone in the community. But I want to make sure that those services are running, right? Because if that server is shut down, that's also not a good solution. So, I guess that would be my way. So, Two things, putting it behind door, putting it, hidden, looking at other ways, P2P, for example, if that's possible. But at the moment, they've only gone for services where someone's accepted money. But I really think this is a technicality. It's just data. And whether you're accepting money for data, it's just zeros and ones or not. Really the crux of the problem, what they're unhappy about is people are money laundering, right? You're transferring money and no one really knows where it's coming and where it's going. That's the whole point of crypto. And that's exactly what our services are doing. So I think we shouldn't be complacent here. So devs, do something.
Yeah, so first of all, I feel the community sentiment, like how many people here have Free Roger t-shirts. But then also, I see some hands. Then today there were multiple discussions about the case in the Netherlands where the Tornado Cash developer actually got sentenced. So many people, it's a real thing that's on people's minds. And now also it's just injustice. So first of all, just on the privacy topic, they used to outlaw things like encryption, and now HTTPS is required and used by all government websites. I wouldn't be surprised if in the future some part of your ID or passport would be using ZK technology. But now if you do a privacy tech, this is criminalized. It doesn't make much sense. So it seems that they want to criminalize making privacy protocols on transparent chains, whereas you can just use Zcash or ZK rollup. So they will always be a zero knowledge privacy tech, and this is advancing very rapidly. So maybe this is a movement in the cryptocurrency industry of how we approach privacy protocols on top of a transparent chain versus just privacy layer 2s. Yeah, so that's one thought. But then, of course, this doesn't help at all the people who have currently been arrested or who are currently maintaining privacy protocols. So I think, as a community, as a cryptocurrency industry, we need to try to make take a bold stand and speak in one voice that it's not acceptable, that these rulings don't make any sense, that it's injustice, and that we don't approve of this at all.
Yeah. You got to do the right thing. So, but on the point that Fiendish brought up, I got a couple of points to make. Like he said, doing nothing is its own risk. And I think a lot of us understand that at a pretty visceral level, right? There's a reason we're here working on Bitcoin Cash. Part of it is, the financial reward of being right and being early. Of course, that's part of it. But that absolutely is not enough to bring all these people here and all the people building on Bitcoin Cash together. That would not be anywhere near enough. So we all have that feeling that something needs to be done, and it's very dangerous if we do nothing, because we actually have a chance to kind of head off this CBDC threat. And it really is a threat to just all kinds of parts of society. So something needs to be done. A lot of us are doing something there. Doing nothing is a huge risk because if you don't decide how the future is going to look, somebody else is going to decide how the future is going to look, and you may not like it. So that's there. But then at the same time, everybody has their own levels of risk. You have a family, you have kids, you're single, or you live in a certain country or another place. Everybody has a different kind of risk profile. So think about it seriously. It's something you have to think about and make sure that you're doing something that's in line with all those factors, those things that make sense. And the last thing I was going to say is this is another place, right? Because I always bring up it's not devs, right? Bitcoin Cash is a whole organization and ecosystem, decentralized organization. At this point, people might need legal advice. If you are a lawyer or you know lawyers in various places, different countries or jurisdictions, whatever, bring them in. See if they can get people some help. Do some advising for people. That's something that I haven't seen going on. So yeah, there's all kinds of talents and skills needed to make this whole thing successful. And like Fiendish said, everybody moving ahead roughly at the same speed and at the same place. That's a much more powerful thing than one guy running out and getting arrested. So, yeah, if you know somebody who has that kind of skills and professional, bring them in. See if they can help some people out.
Okay, we'll wrap it up soon, but it's been a big couple of days, but I've got one more topic that I wanted to touch on. I don't know that it's productive really to get too much into what is going on in the rest of the crypto industry. Obviously, we're here for Bitcoin Cash. We've got our own game plan, and in certain ways, we are starting to lead the industry, right? So there's not necessarily anything that we can look to for inspiration, right? But I've been, and on the same topic of privacy, that does need to be an industry-wide sort of defense. We're not uniquely under the hammer in that regards. But I was very interested that throughout the conference, one of the themes that I really heard come up was essentially having the capability and the DeFi stuff from Ethereum, but with the scalability and the long-running, time-tested model of Bitcoin, right, which was the original Bitcoin plan until the whole branding got subverted and so on and so forth. So we haven't really invented anything new there, but it is what the community is still thinking about and still attacking. And one thing I also noticed was that the Ethereum community was brought up semi-regularly as a model for what could we do to kind of get where they are in that regards, and much less BTC or much less any other coin. There was very little mention. We talked about stable coins a little bit, but there wasn't much about USDT or any of these other coins. Where do we sit in the broader crypto industry as of this moment, and what should we expect from that going forward?
So I still follow BTC, for example, pretty closely, because now there's some discussion about them also taking a look at re-enabling OpCat, like we did 7 years ago or something, or 8, or introducing some kinds of covenants, but then there's a lot of opposition there to these ideas. Then they have the BitVM ID, which sparked some kind of a new wave of layer 2s for them, but the BitVM ID doesn't really seem practical at all, or it's not usable right now at least. But some interesting ideas that they have, at least in my opinion, is around, they also look at Ethereum. So they see Ethereum is doing optimistic rollups and ZK rollups, so these innovative ways to do layer 2s in the most trustless way. And so, I think there are some cool ideas in that aspect, just that Bitcoin is now also looking at Ethereum. So there you can see who's kind of in the lead with innovation and just with general who has the more mind share, I feel.
The one thing, or one of many things that's unique about BCH is just the real laser focus on what it is that we're trying to accomplish. Fiendish laid it out pretty well, right? Money for the world, money for everybody. It's got to be permissionless. It's got to be trustless. It's got to scale. It's got to be affordable for everybody to use. That laser focus doesn't really exist in most. I'm not aware of any other crypto ecosystems.
Maybe
where that
Monero
really exists. Monero is also has that very tight focus. I'd say BCH and Monero are pretty close cousins in this relationship, and I'm really looking forward to both of them moving ahead. And there's something to that, if you know where you're going, you might get there. If you don't, you're going to get somewhere, but who knows where you're going to get to, right? So I think that's one of the things that sets BCH apart, and one of the reasons that I like working on it is because we know where we're going, and we have a real purpose. And it's way out there, and it's going to take a while to get there, but we know what it is that's got to be done, and that keeps things from kind of degenerating into all kinds of nonsense. So that's one of the things that sets us apart.
And that's an important part why we must remain aligned. Like, we do our different things, but decentralized does not mean non-aligned. And and if anyone's from Monero is watching this online or tunes in or checks this out, there is definitely a place for both BCH and Monero. I really, really believe this. And so I see sometimes online that there's some competition there. And it's like, no, stop. We are definitely on the same team. I'm going to look at this or answer this question from a slightly different perspective. It's just like taking a step out of the crypto world. I spend a lot of time with normies, right? Then, these aren't developers. These aren't people that are in the cryptocurrency world. And I definitely feel when speaking to them that there is just overall less interest in crypto right now. When I'm thinking about the same time after the halvening last time, I think, a lot of the hype is gone. It's half the reason why when Bitcoin, the price rose quite quickly, I was just looking online and was like, okay, I'm getting rid of this. I'm really nervous right now. This is not okay. And just basically just double down on BCH because, as you say, John, like it's laser focused. Because what I think is and I think this is also the case with Ethereum. I know it still has a huge amount of value locked on the chain, but just looking at the actual general people in the next billion users, I don't think that crypto is at a very interesting place, or it was more interesting 4 years ago for them. Like it's sort of in a fizzling out phase. Like, where's actually the value on this? Where's the real products? There's a person at the back of the room, very shadowy guy there who said this, like, where's the products with value? And that's, I think the question comes from more for the average user that's not already in crypto. And that's why I'm also really excited by Bitcoin Cash, because it is laser focused. And there's been this smoke here and there's here, and people have been going over there and over here. And when looking online, especially in the crypto communities, people are sort of going okay, why are we here? What's the reason? Is it really just to make more fiat? And so they're looking, they're asking that question. And they're starting to actually look, where's the real value? And what I love is that there's this little beacon of light amongst all of this smoke and debris, and that is Bitcoin Cash. And I think that as we continue building out that network, more of the more important, the next billion users will be much more excited about that than anything that's come before.
Yeah, I think just to touch on that I really can see that the BCH community is sort of rising in clout in the broader crypto sphere. And for a long time, we've been a bit off the radar, a bit ignored, a bit disregarded, right? A bit attacked. Okay.
It's like the understatement of the year.
But anyway, that worm is starting to turn, right? And now the community is going to be in a place where people are going to be tuning into these streams. They're going to be watching. What are the BCH guys up to? Do we need to copy them? Are they going to be, flipping us on the coin market cap and upsetting us, or, whatever? They're not being as reactive anymore. Do you have any thoughts for the community on how we can best manage that increasing relevance, right? Because a lot of the stuff you can get away with when you're small and nobody cares if you're lazy here and there, or you've got a poor attitude or whatever, then it just is by the by, right? But as your visibility grows, so too does the responsibility to live up to a high standard, right?
It's, when you're the underdog, you can kind of do whatever you want. But we know where we're going. At some point, it probably won't be super clear exactly when it happens, but we'll be the most relevant network in the room. So just on the way there, might as well start early. Be magnanimous. Don't get in fights with people too much. Don't punch down. When it's obvious you're punching down, don't do it. When you're not sure, don't do it. Unless you have a really good troll, then maybe sometimes. But
top tier memes are okay.
Top tier memes only.
No essays. Yeah.
Yeah, but just be professional. But at the same time, we're a decentralized organization, so everybody's going to do their own thing. And if you have an idea, if you have a business, if you're an entrepreneur, keep building it. If you're trying to help in some way, just keep doing your thing. And there's going to be eyes on you at some point, and that's good.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone follows the trends also. So if there comes a trend up in Bitcoin Cash that we don't really like, or some people oppose, I'm sure they will be vocal. So with cash tokens, we'll see a lot more experimentation. But if there's trends we don't generally like as a community, or as bad side effects or whatever, then I'm sure it will be discussed, and that everyone keeps a critical eye to what's happening.
Like our resident cat has said several times, get chipping. If you've got an idea that you think is important, then go for it.
Another meme.
There's an answer.
The meme was. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up here. So I'll give you one last chance for any final thoughts about any of those topics we've covered, or anything else you think the community needs to hear. I always do message to the community on my show. Here's a chance for that. Mathieu, you're first up.
Yeah, so in my mind is still the recent news about the sentencing, the 5-year sentencing of the Tornado Cash developer. So I hope we can stand as one behind developers not getting arrested. So and also to Roger Ver, with all the free Roger Ver. So hopefully he will be released soon from jail, because they really should just have sent them a letter if it's about a 10-year-old texting, which he agreed to with his lawyer. So it's really injustice. So that's where I want to end on.
Emergent?
Yeah, if you remember Mathieu's presentation, it was one of my favorite slides of the conference. It showed what has happened in the last year. I totally love that framing. Just in 1 year. And there's this big box with all these different logos of projects and businesses and wallets and so forth that have happened. I would just say to you, try to be on that one next time. Try to be on that slide next time and make it, 10 times bigger. So make your way onto that list.
Yeah, so thanks for joining us for this amazing conference. What I'd love to say is good things come to those who wait. Stay patient and keep laser focused. Bitcoin Cash will become a world currency. And, it just requires everyone to stay focused. And as I said earlier, be awesome people, be ambassadors to BCH, and let's make this future a reality.
All right.
Thank you all.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, I've just got some final notes to finish on, and then that'll be the end of Bliss. So one more shout out to all our sponsors, BCH Bull and General Protocols, Ryan Giffen's Commercial Kitchen Stop and Restaurant Ravish Off Ocean, Bitcoin Cash Podcast, Mike Komaransky, Molecular, Toorik, Mini-Satoshi, and of course Cash and I, Zapit, Paytaka, Electron Cash, and TapSwap for helping us out with the NFT sales and all of that stuff. Everybody who's watching online, I hope you've enjoyed it. And a few people have asked me, are we going to do this again? And I'm not going to commit to anything, but what I will say is when we were organizing this event, there was a period there where Jonathan said to me, we've been organizing this is good, I'm really looking forward to it, but it's a lot, so, I don't know about if we'll do it again. But then as it got closer and closer, the hype started building and people started getting more interested, and things sort of became, so when we're doing this next year, we'll X, Y, or Z, right? So, maybe we can keep pushing that vote in the right direction. For the sponsors, we're going to be having dinner in the hotel shortly. I'm sure you know about that. For anybody with a builder ticket, we have a social event tonight. It's just here in this room at 7:00, so you have time to go off and get dinner and hang out. It's going to be fairly low key. I know everybody's had a big few days. That'll do it. Thank you, and good night for everyone on the live stream. This is BCH Bliss.